Welcome back to Daily Story. Every story here is shared exactly as it happened. Thank you for choosing to listen today. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. And from here, today's story begins. The earthy scent hit me first, even before I opened my eyes. Not just a faint whiff, but a dense, cloying smell, like freshly turned soil, rich with decay. It was in my apartment, permeating the very air I breathed, clinging to my clothes, my hair. It was a smell I would come to associate with him, with the creeping dread that had become my constant companion. I would barely slept in days, maybe weeks. Every shadow was a figure, every creak of the old building a footstep. My phone was a graveyard of blurry photos, a window ajar. I swore I would close. A coffee cup moved from the counter to the sink. A faint smudge on the floor I could not identify. Proof. I told myself that I was not losing my mind. But the police did not care for smudges or relocated mugs. They cared even less for my frantic whispers about Ethan and a ghost of a man, dismissing me with practiced patience. Desperation makes you do strange things, in a twisted attempt to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. To prove to myself I was not entirely consumed by this terror, I opened Tinder. It was a stupid, reckless act. I knew, but I craved human connection, a distraction from the suffocating cage my life had become. I swiped, numbly, until a profile caught my eye. Mark. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and a bio that spoke of hiking and good coffee. He seemed normal. A brief, foolish flicker of hope. We matched. We chatted. He seemed safe. He seemed real. We agreed to meet at a small, independent coffee shop on the edge of downtown. It was bustling enough to feel public, but not so loud that we could not talk. I chose it precisely for its anonymity, its bright lights, its constant stream of people. Safety in numbers, I thought. A desperate mantra. The cafe hummed with a false sense of normalcy, a stark contrast to the frantic beat of my own heart. Mark, across the table, was handsome, just like his pictures, with a charming laugh and an easy way about him. For a fleeting 20 minutes, I almost forgot. Almost. We talked about work, about the city, about mundane things. It was a fragile illusion, but I clung to it. He was a perfect distraction. Then, his smile faltered just a fraction, his eyes lingering on mine a moment too long. The air around him suddenly felt heavy, thick, and that smell, the earthy scent, faint at first, then stronger, like damp soil, like something recently unearthed, began to emanate from him, from the space between us. My blood ran cold. You know, he said, his voice a low rumble, cutting through the cafe's chatter. You look just like that girl in the yellow sundress, standing under that big old oak tree. Are you still looking for Ethan? The world tilted. The sounds of the cafe faded into a distant hum. My stomach plummeted. A sickening lurch, far worse than anything I would felt before. My heart hammered, a desperate bird trying to claw its way out of my chest, but this time it felt like it was trapped in a cage of ice. He knew the yellow sundress, the ancient oak tree, the sepia-toned photograph I had not touched in years until he left it under my doormat. And Ethan, my breath hitched, ragged. The name I would whisper to the dismissive police, the name that haunted my nightmares. He knew everything. My eyes, wide with terror, locked onto his. His kind eyes now held a chilling glint, a predatory gleam I had not noticed before. The smile, once charming, twisted into something slow and knowing. A predator, savoring its prey. The earthy scent around him intensified, filling my nostrils, making me feel as though I was suffocating on graveyard soil. What did you say? I managed, my voice a choked whisper, barely audible even to myself. My hands, clasped tightly under the table, were trembling so violently I thought they might shatter. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering, almost possessive. Ethan, he repeated, his voice soft, almost caressing the name. He could not protect you then, could he? He certainly can't now. Panic, raw and unyielding, clawed at my throat. This was not just a stalker, this was an invasion of my past, my most innocent self. An invasion of my very soul. He was not just watching me, he was inside my head, inside my memories, inside my deepest fears. The thought that he could know about Ethan, a name I had not spoken aloud to anyone but the police, a name tied to a trauma I would try to bury, was utterly paralyzing. How do you know about Ethan? I stammered, my mind racing, desperate for an explanation. Any explanation that did not involve him being my tormentor. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It was not a sound of amusement, but of dark satisfaction. Oh, I know a great deal about Ethan, and about you, about the yellow sundress, and the yellow raincoat, about the way the light caught your hair when you played under that old oak. I know your hometown, your childhood park. I know your fears. He paused, his gaze dropping to my trembling hands. Then I know how alone you feel. My chair scraped against the floor as I pushed back, a desperate, instinctive movement. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee this monstrous illusion of a date. I have to go, I choked out, scrambling to my feet, fumbling for my purse. He did not move, just watched me, that chilling smile still plastered on his face. Already, but we were just getting to the interesting part. I was going to offer you a solution, a way out of all this fear. His voice was calm, almost soothing, a terrifying contrast to the terror seizing me. You do not have to be alone anymore. I can protect you, better than Ethan ever could. No, I shrieked, the word tearing from my throat, drawing a few startled glances from nearby tables. I did not care. All I wanted was to escape. I turned and bolted, pushing past confused patrons, the earthy scent following me, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my very skin. I did not look back. I just ran. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cold evening wind hitting my face. My eyes immediately scanned the street, and there it was, the dark sedan, parked directly across the street, its windows tinted, a silent, menacing sentinel. Was it his? Had it always been his? My legs burned as I ran, not caring where, just away from Mark, away from the cafe, away from the sickening realization that my desperate attempt at normalcy had only brought the monster closer. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them. The flimsy click of the lock on my apartment door did nothing against the roar of fear in my ears. I stumbled inside, slamming the door, leaning against it, gasping for breath. The earthy scent was here too, stronger than ever, permeating every corner of my apartment. No longer just a lingering trace, but a suffocating presence. It was as if he had been here, waiting for me. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, my heart leaping into my throat. An unknown number. I stared at it, paralyzed, knowing instinctively who it was. It rang again, and again. Finally, I answered. My voice, a choked whisper. Hello. You left so suddenly. Mark's voice, calm and even, purred through the receiver. It was eerily clear, as if you were standing right beside me. I was just starting to enjoy our conversation. You looked so beautiful, even when you were terrified. A sob tore through me. How did you get my number? What do you want? Oh, it was not hard, he chuckled. You put yourself out there, did not you, desperate for a connection. And what do I want? I told you, I want to help you, to protect you, to make sure you are never alone again. His voice dropped, becoming a chilling murmur. Ethan could not do that, could he? He was weak. He could not stop them. He could not keep you safe. My blood ran cold. Stop them. Who are you talking about? What are you talking about? The mention of them added a new, terrifying layer to his already monstrous revelations. "The ones who hurt you, of course," he said, his voice laced with a faux sympathy that made my skin crawl. "The ones who took Ethan from you, but you do not have to worry about them anymore. I am here now. I am stronger. I will make sure no one ever touches you again. No one ever hurts your precious memories." I hung up, my fingers slamming down on the screen, my entire body convulsing with terror. I blocked his number, then blocked him on Tinder. But I knew it was useless. He had found me. He was here, and he clearly knew things about my past, about Ethan, that went beyond simple stalking. This was something far more sinister, far more personal. I stumbled through my apartment, switching on every light, desperate to banish the shadows, but they seemed to cling to the corners, twisting into grotesque shapes. The earthy scent was overwhelming now, not just in the air, but seeping from the walls, from the floorboards. I gagged, pressing a hand over my mouth, the smell of damp soil and decay making my stomach churn. My eyes landed on my coffee table. A small wooden toy horse. It was painted yellow, chipped and worn. My breath caught in my throat. I had not seen that toy in 20 years. It was a cherished childhood possession. A gift from my grandmother, a companion to my yellow sundress and raincoat. It had been stored away in a dusty box in my parents' attic, hundreds of miles away. How could it be here? I stared at it, my mind reeling, unable to process the impossible. He had not just been watching me. He had been in my childhood home. He had stolen from my past. He had been there. The realization was a punch to the gut, stealing what little air I had left. The police. I had to call them again. But what would I say? My Tinder date knew about my childhood trauma, and then left a toy from my attic on my coffee table, and now my apartment smells like a graveyard. They would think I was completely insane. They would reference my previous calls, my ghost of a man, and dismiss me with another sigh. I was utterly alone. The next few hours were a blur of terror and paranoia. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent jolts of adrenaline through my already frayed nerves. I huddled in the corner of my living room, clutching a kitchen knife, my eyes darting around the room, searching for movement, for a shadow, for him. Then came the texts. From a new number: "Mark, I see you are still awake. You should not be so afraid. I am just trying to help you remember. Mark, remember the joy of the yellow sundress before they took it all away. Mark, remember Ethan's laugh before it faded." My fingers trembled as I blocked that number, then another, and another. He kept finding new ways to reach me, new numbers, new messaging apps. He was relentless, a digital phantom, weaving a web of terror around me. I pressed my face against the cold glass of my window, peering out into the night, and there it was, the dark sedan, parked directly outside, its engine running, a faint tremor disturbing the still night air. Its headlights were off, but I could make out a silhouette in the driver's seat. He was watching me. He was always watching me. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford. My mind raced, conjuring images of Mark's chilling smile, the earthy scent, the toy horse. The lines between reality and nightmare began to blur. Had I actually gone on a date? Or had it all been a hallucination, a product of my sleep-deprived, fear-ridden mind? But the toy horse was real. The texts were real. The smell was real. A soft thud came from my kitchen. My breath hitched. I froze, the knife clutched tightly in my sweaty hand. It was not the usual creak of the old building. This was distinct. A deliberate sound. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. I slowly, agonizingly, pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. Every step was a monumental effort, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. I crept towards the kitchen, my senses on high alert, the earthy smell intensifying with every inch I moved. It was so strong now, it felt like I was wading through thick, damp soil. I peered around the doorframe. The kitchen was dark, save for the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the window. Nothing seemed out of place. No, wait. The window. It was slightly ajar. I distinctly remembered closing and locking it after I would come home. Then I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to the sink, small pile of dirt. Freshly dug, dark, rich soil, like it had just been brought in from outside, and nestled within the dirt, a single, withered yellow daisy. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. The daisy, yellow like the sundress, the raincoat, the toy horse, a symbol of childhood innocence, now tainted, withered, surrounded by the very earth that smelled of decay and graves. A whisper, so soft I almost thought I imagined it, brushed against my ear. It was Mark's voice. "You are not alone anymore." I spun around, knife raised, a strangled scream tearing from my throat. There was no one there, just the oppressive darkness, the suffocating earthy scent, and the chilling echo of his words. He was not just outside my apartment anymore. He was inside. He had been inside. He was always inside. I dropped the knife, my legs giving out from under me. I crumpled to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, the raw, unyielding panic consuming me whole. The earthy scent filled my lungs, my mouth, my very being. It was in my hair, my skin, under my fingernails. It was a part of me now. He had won not by killing me, but by utterly destroying my sanity, my sense of self, my every last shred of hope. My apartment, once my sanctuary, was now his tomb. My past, once a distant memory, was his playground. My future, once uncertain, was now a horrifying endless loop of terror. The dark sedan remained parked outside, a silent promise. The withered yellow daisy lay on the counter, a morbid tribute. And the earthy scent, the smell of freshly turned soil, of decay, of something ancient and unholy, permeated everything. It was the smell of my new reality. The nightmare had truly begun, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never escape. I was his, and Ethan, wherever he was, could not help me now. Nobody could. The next moment shapes itself. Right here, my legs had burned, my breath ragged, but the dash home was over. I was inside. The door slammed shut behind me with a hollow thud that echoed in. The sudden silence. My hands, shaking so badly they were almost useless, fumbled for the deadbolt. Then the chain. Then the lower lock. Click, click, clack. Each sound was a small victory, a tiny piece of my world clicking back into place. I leaned against the door, pressing my forehead against the cool wood, trying to catch my breath. The air in my apartment felt thick, heavy, like it was resisting my every inhale. My chest ached, not just from running, but from the raw, clawing panic that had been tearing at me for what felt like hours. Mark's words, they were a venomous whisper in my mind. He is everywhere. Ethan, my old stalker, back, and Mark, my Tinder date, had been the one to deliver the news, along with chilling details about my life, my home, my unlocked door, my spice rack. He knew my private space. He knew me. I pushed off the door, my eyes darting around the living room. It was bathed in the harsh, fluorescent glow of the overhead light, which I would flick on the second I burst in. No shadows left to hide in. I thought, no dark corners for nightmares to cling to. Just my apartment, my sanctuary, or what used to be. My gaze swept over the familiar furniture, the worn armchair, the overflowing bookshelf, the messy coffee table covered in magazines, and a half-empty mug. Everything was exactly as I would left it. Or was it my eyes narrowed, scrutinizing every detail? Was that cushion slightly askew? Had I left that book open to that page? My mind, a whirlwind of fear and paranoia, could not trust its own memories. He is everywhere. The words gnawed at me. I would search the apartment when I first got in. A frantic, desperate sweep. Under the bed, behind the shower curtain, inside the closets. Nothing, just the dusty, empty spaces of my home. A fragile sense of relief had washed over me then. A brief, desperate hope. Maybe I was safe. Maybe it was just a sick joke. But that relief had shattered like glass against concrete. Mark's promise, his chilling certainty. I walked slowly, deliberately, through the living room, my sneakers squeaking faintly on the hardwood floor. Each step felt heavy, like I was wading through thick mud. I stopped at the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction. Outside, the streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. My neighborhood, usually so comforting, now looked alien, hostile. Every parked car seemed to be watching me. Every flicker of light in a distant window felt like a pair of eyes. I remembered the dark sedan that had seemed to follow me. Was it still out there? Lurking, my gaze drifted back to my own apartment window. I remembered the sliver of light I would thought I saw escaping from it as I ran home. Was it real? Or was it just my unraveling mind playing tricks on me? I pressed my palm against the cool glass. It felt solid, secure. But what if it was not? What if someone had been here before me? What if they would left something, changed something? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice-cold dread through me. I moved to the kitchen, the heart of my apartment, where the spice rack stood. Mark had mentioned it. "Your spice rack," he would said, with a knowing smirk. How could he possibly know about my spice rack? It was not exactly a unique feature, but the way he would said it had implied intimacy, possession. I stared at the neatly organized jars of cumin, paprika, oregano. Nothing seemed out of place. But I knew better. The devil was in the details. I ran my fingers over the labels, then pushed the whole rack slightly. It wobbled. I pulled it away from the wall. Behind it, a faint line of dust. Normal, but then I saw it, tucked behind the bottom row of jars, almost invisible against the dark wood of the cabinet, was a tiny rectangular piece of paper, folded. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum in the silence. I hesitated, my hand hovering over it. Every instinct screamed at me not to touch it, not to acknowledge it, as if ignoring it would make it disappear. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to know, was stronger. My fingers trembled as I plucked the paper from its hiding place. It was thick, almost like cardstock. I unfolded it slowly, my eyes scanning the single, typewritten line. Masterpiece in progress. The world tilted. The air left my lungs in a rush. Ethan. His words, his obsession. Mark had said it. He considers you his masterpiece. This was not a joke. This was not paranoia. This was real. He had been here, in my apartment, behind my spice rack, while I was out on a date, while I was living my life. He had been here, watching, waiting, preparing. The fragile sense of security I would try to build crumbled entirely. I was not safe. I was trapped, and the hunter was already inside the cage. Or, more terrifyingly, he had left his mark, a chilling calling card, and was now where. I crumpled the note in my hand, my knuckles white. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, then down the short hallway to the bedroom and bathroom. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every mundane object to take on a sinister quality. The silence, once a welcome respite, was now a suffocating blanket, amplifying every creak, every distant hum. I had to be sure. I had to know if he was still here. My legs, still weak from the run, propelled me forward. I moved silently, my sneakers now barely making a sound. My eyes were wide, scanning, searching for any sign, any indication. First, the bathroom. I pushed open the door slowly, peering inside. The shower curtain was drawn, exactly as I would left it. I reached out a trembling hand and yanked it open. Nothing, just the pristine white tiles. I checked behind the toilet, under the sink, In the small linen closet, empty. Next, the bedroom, my sanctuary, within a sanctuary, or so I would hoped. I stepped inside, my gaze sweeping over the rumpled sheets of my bed, the clothes draped over a chair, the half-open closet door. I remembered checking under the bed earlier, but what if I would miss something? What if he would have been hiding in the closet? I approached the closet, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I reached for the handle, my hand shaking so violently, I almost missed it. I pulled it open, revealing my clothes hanging neatly, my shoes lined up on the bottom. Nothing. I let out a shaky breath. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. On the shelf above my clothes, nestled between a stack of old sweaters, was a small, dark object. It had not been there before. I was certain. My stomach lurched. I reached up, my fingers brushing against the cold, hard plastic. It was a tiny camera, a discreet, almost imperceptible camera aimed directly at my bed. A guttural scream tore itself from my throat. Raw and primal. It was muffled by the thick air of the apartment, swallowed by the terror that was now consuming me whole. He had not just been here. He had been watching me. He had been here while I slept, while I changed, while I lived my life. Unaware, the realization hit me like a physical blow. The sliver of light from my window, it was not just a trick of the light, it was the glow from the lens. He was not just here to leave a note, he was here to set up surveillance, to continue his masterpiece. I ripped the camera from the shelf, my hand shaking so violently, I almost dropped it. I wanted to smash it, destroy it, stomp on it, until it was nothing but dust. But then another thought, even more terrifying, clawed its way into my mind. If this one was here, how many more? My eyes darted around the bedroom, now a terrifying surveillance hub. Under the bed, behind the curtains, in the smoke detector, every object, every nook and cranny became a potential hiding place for another lens, another pair of unseen eyes. I stumbled out of the bedroom, the camera clutched in my hand like a venomous spider. I had to get out. I could not stay here. My home, my sanctuary, was a trap, a carefully constructed cage. I ran back to the front door, my mind racing. The locks. I had locked them, but what if he had a key? What if he was still here? What if he was watching me right now? From somewhere within the apartment, enjoying my terror, my hand reached for the doorknob, but then I stopped. What if he was outside, waiting? Mark's words echoed again. He is everywhere. I backed away from the door, my gaze sweeping over the living room. Where could I go? My friends lived states away. The police? What would I say? My Tinder date told me my stalker is back. I found a note and a camera in my apartment after thinking I saw a light from my window. They would think I was crazy. Mark had said as much. They will think you are crazy, a missing person, not a threat. The last part of that sentence had been the most chilling. A missing person. My eyes landed on my phone, charging on the coffee table. I needed to call someone, anyone, but who? As I reached for it, a sound sliced through the suffocating silence. A faint, almost imperceptible creak. It came from the kitchen. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand hovering over my phone. My breath hitched in my throat. I strained my ears, listening. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then, another sound, a soft rustling noise, like fabric brushing against something. It was definitely coming from the kitchen. He was here. He was still here. My grip tightened on the camera. I still held. My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to fight, but my body was paralyzed by fear. I had to see. I had to know. Slowly, agonizingly, I turned my head towards the kitchen doorway. The light was still on, casting a harsh, sterile glow. Nothing seemed out of place. The open space of the living room felt vast, exposed. I took a tentative step, then another inching towards the doorway. Each step was a monumental effort, my muscles screaming in protest. My eyes were fixated on the kitchen, searching for any movement, any shadow that did not belong. As I reached the threshold, I saw it. The back door. It led to a small, enclosed patio. It was slightly ajar, just a crack, a sliver of darkness against the faint light from the patio beyond. My memory flashed back. When I would rush in, I would check the front door, the windows, the bedroom, but the back door, I had not specifically checked the back door. I always kept it locked. Always. He had not just left a note and a camera. He had left a way out or a way in. Another creak. This time it was louder. It came from inside the kitchen, from the very back, near the pantry. My eyes darted to the pantry door. It was closed, but I could see a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the wood, like something was pressing against it from the inside. A whimper escaped my lips. I could not move. I was a deer caught in headlights, frozen by the sheer, unadulterated terror. Then, a low, guttural chuckle. It was soft, almost a sigh, but it echoed in the small space of the kitchen, bouncing off the walls, reverberating through my bones. It was a sound that was both intimate and utterly alien. You found my little gift. The voice was calm, almost conversational. It was deep, smooth, and utterly devoid of emotion. It was not Mark's voice. It was colder, more refined. The pantry door slowly, agonizingly, began to open. My breath hitched. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. A figure emerged from the darkness of the pantry. It was tall, lean, dressed entirely in black. A dark baseball cap was pulled low over his eyes, obscuring his face in shadow. But I knew him. I knew the way he carried himself, the way his shoulders were slightly hunched, the way his head tilted, just so. Ethan. My stalker, the man who had haunted my nightmares for years, whom I thought I would finally escape. He was here, in my kitchen, in my home. He stepped fully into the light, and as he did, he slowly lifted his head. The brim of the cap rose, revealing his face. His eyes were dark, piercing, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. And then he smiled. It was not a friendly smile, or even a menacing one. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated triumph. The smile of an artist admiring his finished work. "My masterpiece," he whispered, his voice a silken caress that sent shivers down my spine. "You are even more beautiful when you are terrified." My mind raced, trying to process, to understand. Mark, the Tinder date, the details, the unlocked door, the spice rack, it had all been a setup, a carefully orchestrated trap. Mark had not just known about Ethan. Mark was Ethan, or, at the very least, a pawn in his elaborate game. The chilling realization made my stomach churn. Mark. I managed to choke out, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. Ethan's smile widened. A necessary diversion, a way to get close, to remind you of what is coming. He took a step towards me, then another. Each step felt like a hammer blow to my chest. You see, I wanted you to know. I wanted you to feel it. The anticipation, the dread, it adds to the aesthetic. He gestured around the apartment with a slow, sweeping motion of his hand, as if presenting a grand stage. This is all for you. Every detail, every scare, every moment of terror. My eyes darted to the back door, still slightly ajar. It was my only chance. Do not even think about it, Ethan said, his voice still calm, but with an underlying steel that made my blood run cold. The outside world is a far more dangerous place for you now. Believe me. He chuckled again. A low, unnerving sound. Besides, you would not want to miss the grand finale, would you? He took another step, closing the distance between us. I clutched the camera in my hand, my knuckles white. It was flimsy, useless as a weapon, but it was all I had. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Ethan stopped a few feet from me, his dark eyes boring into mine. "What do I want? I want to complete my masterpiece. I want to possess the most beautiful, fragile thing in the world. And that, my dear, is you." He slowly reached into his pocket. My heart leaped into my throat. Was it a knife? A gun? My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything. He pulled out a small, rectangular device. It looked like a remote control. He pressed a button. Suddenly, the overhead light in the living room flickered, then died, plunging the room into semi-darkness. Only the faint light from the kitchen and the distant glow from the street outside offered any illumination. The shadows stretched, distorted, twisted into grotesque shapes. Another click from the remote. The kitchen light went out. Now only the distant streetlights provided any light, casting long, eerie shadows across the apartment. The darkness was absolute, oppressive. I could barely see Ethan. Only his silhouette against the faint glow from the back door. A little mood lighting, he purred, his voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. For our final act, panic, raw and unbridled, seized me. I could not see him. He could be anywhere. He was everywhere, just like Mark had promised. My eyes strained in the darkness, trying to make out his form. But he seemed to melt into the shadows, becoming one with the encroaching night. "Where are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. A soft chuckle answered me, closer than I expected. "I am here. Right here. And I am not going anywhere." I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. My blood ran cold. He was behind me. I whirled around, swinging the camera wildly, desperately, hoping to hit something, anything. My hand connected with something soft, then hard. A grunt of pain. "Feisty," Ethan's voice said. Closer now, right next to my ear. I like that. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, falling to the floor with a thud. The camera slipped from my grasp, clattering uselessly on the hardwood. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, trying to put distance between us. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape. The front door, the back door. But the darkness was too profound, too disorienting. I was blind. A hand clamped over my mouth, strong and firm, muffling my scream. Another hand grabbed my wrist, twisting it painfully behind my back. I struggled, kicking, biting, thrashing, but he was too strong. His grip was like iron. "Shh," he whispered, his voice right next to my ear, sending a chill down my spine. "Do not make it harder than it has to be, my dear. This is just the beginning of our story." I felt a sharp prick in my neck, a burning sensation that spread rapidly through my veins. My struggles weakened, my vision blurred. The room began to spin. Ethan's voice, calm and triumphant, was the last thing I heard as darkness consumed me. "Welcome home, masterpiece." The world went black. When I woke, it was not to the harsh glow of my apartment lights, but to a dim, flickering light from a single bare bulb hanging above me. My head throbbed, my body ached, and my wrists and ankles were bound tightly to a wooden chair. I tried to scream, but my throat was raw, dry. My voice was gone. My eyes, still adjusting to the dim light, darted around the room. It was not my apartment. It was a basement, cold, damp, with concrete walls and a dirt floor. The air smelled of mildew and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. Ethan stood in front of me, his face no longer obscured by a cap. His eyes were bright, almost feverish, as he stared at me. He was wearing a fresh set of clothes, and his dark hair was neatly combed. He looked relaxed, content. He held a small video camera in his hand, similar to the one I would found in my closet, but larger, more professional. He was filming me. "Good morning, masterpiece," he said, his voice soft, almost gentle. "Did you sleep well?" I tried to glare at him, to convey the hatred and fear that raged within me, but my body felt heavy, sluggish. The drug was still in my system. He walked over to a small table in the corner of the room, picking up a tray of tools, scalpels, clamps, various needles. They glinted ominously in the dim light. "Now," he said, turning back to me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face, "let us begin our final chapter." He aimed the camera at me again, pressing record. My heart hammered in my chest, a trapped bird, desperate to escape. My mind screamed, but no sound came out. I was a missing person, just like Mark had promised, and the nightmare, the true horror, was only just beginning. Our next story takes us a little further, all right, so you know how it is with online dating, right? You swipe, you chat, you hope for the best, maybe you even get a little excited. It is a gamble, a digital roll of the dice, and most of the time, it is just fine. A little awkward, a little dull, maybe a decent conversation, but sometimes you hit the jackpot, and not in a good way. Sometimes you hit something truly, deeply unsettling. That is what happened to me. It all started a few months ago. My name's Sarah, and like a lot of people, I was on Tinder, swiping left, swiping right, mostly just passing the time. Then I matched with Alex. His profile picture was decent. A friendly smile, kind eyes, nothing that screamed red flag. He was a software engineer, seemed smart, and our chat was easy, flowing. We talked about books, movies, our favorite coffee spots. He seemed normal, just a regular guy. After a few days of back and forth, we decided to meet up for coffee. Cliché, maybe, but safe. Or so, I thought. We agreed to meet at this little independent coffee shop downtown, a place I loved, tucked away on a quiet street. I got there a few minutes early, grabbed a table by the window, and pulled out my phone. A few minutes later, he walked in, taller than I expected, maybe 6 feet, with dark hair and those same kind eyes from his picture. He spotted me, smiled, and walked over. "Sarah?" he asked, his voice smooth and low. "Alex," I replied, standing up to shake his hand. His grip was firm, a little longer than strictly necessary, but not enough to be weird. Yet. We sat down, ordered our drinks, a latte for me, a black coffee for him, and started chatting. It was actually going pretty well. We found common ground, laughed at a few jokes. He seemed genuinely interested, asking questions and actually listening to my answers. I started to relax, thinking, hey, maybe this guy's actually pretty great. Then, he said something that made my breath hitch. We were talking about our mornings, just casual small talk. I mentioned I had been rushing, barely had time to brew my own coffee before heading out. He took a sip of his black coffee, set it down, and looked at me, a soft, knowing smile on his face. "Ah, the Sumatra blend, right?" he said. "You always do like a good dark roast to kickstart your day." My smile faltered. I stared at him. "Excuse me," he chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. "The Sumatra blend, I remember you mentioning it on your profile. Said it was your go-to, but I had not. I was sure of it. My profile was pretty generic: hobbies, interests, a few quirky facts. I never, ever mentioned specific coffee blends. It was too mundane, too personal. In a way, I brewed a specific Sumatra blend every morning, from a local roaster. It was not something I would ever put on a public profile." "I do not think I did," I said, my voice a little tight. "I mean, I do drink Sumatra, but I am pretty sure that is not on my profile." He just shrugged, his smile unchanging. "Oh, maybe I am mixing you up with someone else. So many profiles, He laughed again, and for a split second, it sounded a little forced, a little hollow. "Anyway, it is good to finally meet you. Sarah, you have no idea how long I have waited for this." That last sentence hit me like a cold wave. You have no idea how long I have waited for this. It was not the kind of thing you say on a first date. It was possessive. intense, like he would been planning this for ages. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself he was just being eager, maybe a little socially awkward, but the hair on the back of my neck was already standing up. The rest of the date felt different. Every compliment he gave, every time his eyes lingered on me, it felt less charming and more scrutinizing. He kept bringing up little details about my life that were not on my profile. He mentioned the small, chipped ceramic mug I used for my tea at home, the one with the faded floral pattern. He talked about my cat, Mittens, by name, even though I had not brought her up. He even referenced a specific obscure indie band I loved, one I would only ever mention to a handful of close friends. I tried to play it cool. Wow, you really did your homework, huh? I would say, trying to force a laugh. He would just smile that same unsettling smile. I just pay attention. Sarah. Details matter. By the time we were finished with our coffees, I was practically vibrating with unease. I made an excuse about having an early start the next day, needing to get home. He did not push, but as I stood up, he put a hand on my arm, just above the elbow. His touch was light, but it felt like a brand. I had a wonderful time. Sarah, he said, his eyes locking onto mine. There was an intensity there, a depth, that made my stomach churn. I will text you. I mumbled something about having a good time too and practically fled the coffee shop. I did not even look back. I just wanted to get home, lock my door, and forget the entire encounter. The walk home felt different. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every person I passed felt like they were watching me. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see Alex trailing behind me, that unsettling smile on his face. It was irrational. I knew, but I could not shake the feeling. When I finally got to my apartment building, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking slightly. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and immediately locked it again, throwing the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, taking a deep, shaky breath. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked into the living room, and that is when I noticed it. My favorite book, a worn copy of Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier, was sitting on my coffee table. I always kept it on the small bookshelf by the window. Always. I distinctly remembered putting it back there this morning. My heart hammered against my ribs. I picked up the book. It felt wrong, out of place. I glanced around the room. Nothing else seemed amiss. But that one small detail, combined with everything Alex had said, sent a fresh wave of dread through me. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe I moved it myself and forgot. Maybe Mittens, my cat, had somehow knocked it off the shelf, but that was ridiculous. She was a cat, not a poltergeist. I pulled out my phone, my thumb hovering over the Tinder app. I needed to block him, but before I could, my phone buzzed. A text message from Alex. I had such a wonderful time with my beautiful Sarah. Can't wait for our next date. I will make sure it is even more special. The winking emoji felt like a punch to the gut. It was not eager anymore. It was possessive, demanding, and the speed of it, I would barely been home 5 minutes. I blocked him immediately. I then went through my social media, checking privacy settings, deleting old posts, trying to scrub myself from the internet as much as possible. I found nothing obvious that could explain what he knew. My accounts were locked down pretty tight, but the feeling persisted. The feeling of being watched. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside my window, made me jump. I kept getting phantom notifications on my phone, convinced it was him finding another way to contact me. I even checked my windows, making sure they were locked, double-checking the deadbolt on my front door. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my nerves frayed. I tried to tell myself it was just paranoia, that I would overreacted, but then I opened my front door to get the mail, and there it was, a single red rose, tied with a black silk ribbon, lying on my doormat. No note, no card, Just the rose. My blood ran cold. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was a direct, undeniable message. He knew where I lived. He had been here. I snatched the rose, my fingers trembling, and threw it in the trash. I called my best friend, Chloe, trying to sound casual, but my voice kept cracking. Hey, so I had a really weird Tinder date yesterday. I told her everything. The coffee, the book, the cat, the obscure band, the rose. She listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. Are you sure you did not? Just forget putting the book there? Sarah, she asked gently. And the coffee thing, maybe it was a guess. And the rose, it could be anyone, a secret admirer. Chloe, no. I insisted, my voice rising. It was him. I know it was. He said, you have no idea how long I have waited for this. And he knew my cat's name. My cat. Chloe. I have never posted pictures of her with her name tag visible or anything like that. And the specific coffee blend, nobody knows that unless they have been in my kitchen. She finally started to sound a little more concerned. Okay, calm down. It does sound creepy. Did you block him? Yes. Immediately. But he still left the rose. He knows where I live. What do I do? Call the police, she suggested, but even she sounded unsure. What would I even say? A guy I went on one date with knew my coffee blend and left a rose on my doorstep. I scoffed. They would laugh me out of the station. They would tell me to change my privacy settings. We decided I should just be extra vigilant, change my routine, keep my blinds closed, maybe even stay at Chloe's for a few nights. I tried. I really did. I started taking different routes to work, varying my lunch breaks. I kept my curtains drawn, even during the day, but the feeling of being watched never left. It was a constant, icy weight in the pit of my stomach. Then came the calls, unknown numbers, sometimes just a hang-up, sometimes a soft click that sounded like someone breathing. I stopped answering any number I did not recognize. My voicemail filled up with silent messages. One night, I was making dinner, listening to music, trying to pretend everything was normal. My phone rang. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. A few minutes later, the notification popped up. I pressed play, expecting silence, but instead, I heard it. A low, distorted voice, almost a whisper, but undeniably Alex's cadence. You are so beautiful when you are cooking. Sarah. A true artist at work. My artist. Then a soft chuckle, and the call ended. I dropped my phone. My hands were shaking so hard I could not pick it up. He was watching me. Right now? He was here. I ran to my windows, yanking back the curtains, peering into the darkness. Nothing, just the street lights, the quiet neighborhood. But I knew he was out there, or worse, he was in here. I grabbed the heaviest pan from my kitchen and slowly, carefully, began to search my apartment. Every closet, every corner, behind the shower curtain. Nothing, but the knowledge that he had been watching me had been so close, made my skin crawl. I packed a small bag, called Chloe, and told her I was coming over. I did not care what she thought anymore. I was terrified. I stayed at Chloe's for 3 days. It was a relief, a temporary reprieve from the constant dread. But I could not stay there forever. My job, my life, it was all back at my apartment. When I finally went back, Chloe insisted on coming with me. We checked every room, every lock. Everything seemed fine, but the air in my apartment felt heavy, like a presence had just left. That night, I tried to sleep in my own bed again. I had installed a cheap security camera that connected to my phone, pointed at my front door, and another in the living room. It made me feel a little safer, but only a little. Around 2 a.m. I was jolted awake by a faint noise. A soft click. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my phone, Opened the security camera app. The camera pointed at my front door, showed nothing. But the living room camera, it showed a dark figure standing in the middle of my living room, facing the camera. It was Alex. His face was obscured by shadow, but I recognized his build, the way he held himself. He was just standing there, perfectly still, looking directly into the lens. Then he slowly raised his hand and I saw a small, red light flash in his palm. He was holding my remote control, my TV remote, which I would left on the coffee table. He pressed a button and the screen went black. The camera feed died. My blood ran cold. He was not just outside, he was inside. I did not scream. I could not. My throat was frozen. I scrambled out of bed, my eyes darting around my dark bedroom. Where was he? How did he get in? I grabbed my phone, desperately trying to dial 911, but my fingers were shaking too much. I could hear faint sounds from the living room now. A soft rustling, like he was moving things. I knew I could not stay in my room. If he came in here, I was trapped. I had to get out. My kitchen was just past my bedroom door, leading to the back exit. It was my only way. I grabbed the heavy cast iron skillet I would use to search the apartment days ago. It felt like a small comfort, a meager weapon. I slowly, silently, opened my bedroom door. The hallway was dark, but a sliver of moonlight from the living room cast long, eerie shadows. I could hear him more clearly now. He was humming, a low, tuneless hum. I crept forward, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. As I reached the archway leading into the living room, I peered around the corner. And then I saw him. He was not just standing there anymore. He was meticulously arranging objects on my coffee table. My chipped ceramic mug, the one he would mention, was filled with fresh flowers. Not the rose, but small, delicate white ones. My copy of Rebecca was open to a specific page, underlined in red ink. Around them, he had placed several small, framed photos of me, photos I would never seen before, pictures of me walking my dog in the park, getting coffee at a different shop, even a picture of me sleeping, taken through my bedroom window. My stomach lurched. He had been watching me for so long. He had been here before. He turned, as if sensing my presence, and that unsettling smile spread across his face. But this time, it was not kind. It was predatory. Delusional. "Sarah," he whispered, his voice soft, almost reverent. "You are awake. Good. I was just finishing up." He gestured to the coffee table like a proud artist unveiling his work. "It is perfect, is not it? Our little shrine." I stood frozen, the skillet heavy in my hand. "Get out." I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. He tilted his head, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "Get out." "But Sarah, we just got started. This is our beginning. This is where we truly become one. I have known for so long, you see. You are my masterpiece, my destiny. All those other dates, all those other people, they were just practice. For you." He took a step towards me, his hand reaching out. "Come here. Sarah, let me show you what I have planned for us." That snapped me out of my paralysis. Masterpiece. The word echoed in my head, chilling me to the bone. This was not a misunderstanding. This was pure, unadulterated madness. "Do not touch me," I screamed, finally finding my voice. I swung the skillet, not aiming to kill, just to create distance, to make him flinch. He was not expecting it. The heavy pan connected with his arm with a sickening thud. He cried out, stumbling back, clutching his arm. It was my chance. I turned and ran, not towards the front door, but towards the kitchen and the back exit. I fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy with terror. I heard him behind me, his footsteps heavy, his breathing ragged. "Sarah, do not you dare," he roared, no longer whispering. I finally got the deadbolt open, yanked the door open, and burst out into the cool night air of the alleyway. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the alley, blindly hoping for a main street, for lights, for people. I heard him coming after me. His footsteps were closer, faster. I was gasping for air, my lungs burning. I was not sure I could make it. Just as I thought he was about to grab me, I burst out onto a busy street. A car honked, its headlights blinding me for a second. I did not care. I saw a small diner, its lights blazing, and I ran straight for it, screaming for help. People turned, startled. A few men inside the diner stood up, seeing the terror on my face and the figure emerging from the alley behind me. Alex stopped at the mouth of the alley, his arm still clutched to his chest. He saw the witnesses, the growing crowd, and his eyes, still fixed on me, were filled with a terrifying mix of rage and disappointment. He knew he was caught. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and disappeared back into the darkness of the alley. The police arrived quickly. I was a shaking mess, barely able to coherently tell them what happened. But the broken window in my living room, the disturbed coffee table, the photos, those were enough. They found Alex hiding in a dumpster a few blocks away, still clutching his injured arm. He did not resist. He just kept muttering my name over and over like a prayer. They found more evidence in his apartment. Dozens of photos of me, maps of my neighborhood with routes highlighted, notes filled with my daily routines, and a detailed journal where he would have been planning our future for months. He had installed tiny cameras in my apartment, camouflaged as everyday objects, explaining how he knew about my coffee, my cat, my cooking. He confessed to everything. He truly believed we were meant to be, that I was his ultimate creation, his masterpiece. Alex is in a psychiatric facility now, deemed unfit to stand trial. They say he will be there for a long time, but the terror, it never really leaves you. My apartment is empty now. I could not stay there. Every shadow, every creak, every memory of him watching me, it was too much. I moved across the country, trying to start fresh, to build a new life where I feel safe. But even now, months later, I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I still get nervous when an unknown number calls, and I have not been on a dating app since. I do not think I ever will be again, because you never know who is on the other side of that screen, who has been watching you, planning, waiting, and sometimes you really have no idea how long they have waited for you. The next story arrives with ease, I shrieked, the word tearing from me, and bolted, the earthy scent clinging to my clothes, my hair, my very soul. The cafe's hum shattered into a cacophony of gasps and scraping chairs. As I stumbled past tables, my vision blurred by a sudden rush of tears and adrenaline. My legs, clumsy and uncoordinated, propelled me towards the exit, the glass door, a beacon of escape from the predatory gleam in Mark's eyes. I did not look back. I could not. The image of his smile, twisted into something monstrous, was seared behind my eyelids. The cloying smell of damp earth, of decay, was no longer just around him. It was everywhere, suffocating me, filling my lungs with dread. I burst onto the busy street, the late afternoon sun, a blinding assault, and ran. I just ran, my breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a painful struggle. The city, usually a comforting blanket of noise and anonymity, became a labyrinth of threats. Every pedestrian was a potential conspirator, every parked car a hiding spot for him. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away from Mark, away from the knowledge he possessed. The yellow sundress, the big old oak tree, Ethan. He knew. How could he know? These were not just details. They were the shattered fragments of my childhood, the gaping wounds I carried every single day. The police had dismissed my frantic whispers, my blurry photos, my unidentifiable smudges. They would call it grief, paranoia, a vivid imagination. But Mark had seen it all, knew it all. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder. I wove through the throng of commuters, my purse slapping against my hip, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I could feel his gaze, a phantom weight on my back, even though I had not dared to glance over my shoulder. The earthy scent, faint but persistent, seemed to follow me, a cruel reminder that I had not truly escaped. I finally collapsed onto a bench at a bus stop, gasping for air, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. My apartment was too far to run. A bus, a cab, anything. My fingers fumbled, trying to call a friend, anyone, but my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. I scrolled through my contacts, then froze. Mark, his name was still there in my Tinder matches. I stared at the profile picture, the kind eyes, the genuine smile. It was a lie, a terrifying, meticulously crafted lie. I blocked him, deleted the app, then deleted my entire Tinder account. It felt like tearing off a piece of my own skin, but it was not enough. It could not be enough. He knew where I lived. He must. Panic, cold, and sharp pierced through the adrenaline haze. I remembered the blurry phone photos. I would shown the cops, the moved objects, the unidentifiable smudges. They would been in my apartment, my safe space. Was it him? Had he been watching me? Even then, was he the ghost of a man I would whispered about, the one the police had scoffed at? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I hailed a cab, my voice a shaky whisper. Giving my address, the ride home was a blur of paranoid glances out the window. Every dark figure a potential mark, every passing car a possible pursuit. The cab driver, a cheerful man humming along to the radio, seemed oblivious to the terror radiating from me. I paid him with trembling hands, practically vaulting out of the car before he would even stop completely. My apartment building, a familiar red brick structure, usually offered a sense of comfort. Tonight, it loomed, dark and menacing. I fumbled with my keys, my hands slick with sweat, finally jamming the right one into the lock. The click echoed too loudly in the silent hallway. I pushed the door open, stepped inside, and slammed it shut, twisting the deadbolt, latching the chain, and even pushing a heavy armchair against it. My apartment was a mess of half-packed boxes. I would been planning to move, to escape the memories, the feeling of being watched, the persistent phantom scent of damp earth that had plagued me for months. Now, it felt less like a home, and more like a trap. The air was still, heavy, and silent. Too silent. I stood in the entryway, heart hammering, straining to hear anything. The usual city noises, distant sirens, the rumble of traffic were muted, replaced by the frantic pulse in my ears. I walked through the small living room, flicking on every light. The harsh glow did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to cling to the corners of the room, elongating, twisting into familiar shapes. My eyes scanned every surface. The bookshelf, the coffee table, the kitchen counter, everything seemed normal. But that was the insidious thing about Mark. He made normal terrifying. I remembered the blurry photos again. A mug moved slightly to the left. A book turned upside down. Insignificant details that, when combined with the terrifying knowledge he possessed, screamed of a violation. I walked into my bedroom, my gaze darting around. My dresser, my bed, the window overlooking the alley, and then I saw it on my pillow. A single small, dried yellow daisy. My breath hitched. My entire body went cold. The yellow sundress, the oak tree, the field where Ethan and I used to play. Yellow daisies grew there, wild and abundant. I had not had a yellow daisy in my apartment. I hated them. They reminded me too much of that day. He would have been here, inside my apartment, before the date, before I would even met him. The coffee shop had just been an elaborate, cruel performance. He had not just known things, he had been here, leaving his calling card, a chilling prelude to his grand reveal. I stumbled back, my legs giving out, and sank to the floor, tears streaming down my face. This was not just a stalker. This was a nightmare made flesh. He was not just observing, he was entering my life, my space, my deepest traumas. The ghost of a man. A phrase echoed in my head. I would first started seeing things, feeling things, after Ethan disappeared. Shadows, movement in my periphery, the inexplicable scent of damp earth, even on dry days. The police had suggested I was projecting my grief, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But what if it was not? What if it had been Mark all along? A terrifying patient predator, weaving himself into the fabric of my despair. I needed to understand. I needed to know why. And I needed to know what happened to Ethan. The memory, usually a hazy, pain-filled blur, began to sharpen, forced into focus by the sheer terror of Mark's presence. Ethan was my best friend. My first love, really, though we were too young to call it that. We were 8 years old. It was a scorching summer day, the kind where the air shimmered above the asphalt. I was wearing my favorite yellow sundress, the one with little embroidered daisies around the hem. We were playing hide and seek in the sprawling fields behind my childhood home, near the old oak tree that stood like a sentinel on a small hill. I remember counting, my eyes squeezed shut, the sun warm on my face. Ready or not, here I come, I would shouted, my voice bright and innocent. I ran towards the oak tree, our usual meeting spot. But Ethan was not there. I called his name, my voice echoing across the empty field. Ethan! Ethan! I searched for hours. My parents, then the neighbors, then the police. The fields were scoured. The woods nearby were combed. Nothing. No trace. Just the lingering scent of damp earth. After a recent rain, even though the day was dry. It was the last time anyone saw Ethan. That night, I had a nightmare. A tall, shadowy figure standing under the oak tree, watching me. Its face was indistinct, shrouded in darkness, but I felt its eyes on me, cold and malevolent. And the smell, the same earthy, decaying scent that had followed me since Ethan vanished. I told my parents, the police. They dismissed it as a child's vivid imagination, a manifestation of grief. But I knew it was not just a dream. I saw him sometimes in the periphery, a flicker of movement, a deepening shadow. The ghost of a man, my personal boogeyman, rooted in the deepest trauma of my life. And Mark knew. He knew the sundress, the oak tree. Ethan. He knew the helplessness I felt, the guilt of not being able to protect him. His words in the cafe, "He could not protect you then. Could he? He certainly can't now," were a direct stab to the heart of my deepest wound. And then, "I can protect you. Better than Ethan ever could." It was a promise of control, a terrifying offer of ownership. I picked up the yellow daisy from my pillow, my fingers trembling. It felt cold, brittle, like a dead thing. I stared at the closed window, the dark alleyway below. He was out there, or worse, he was already in here. The thought made my skin crawl. I spent the rest of the night huddled in, my living room, lights blazing, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window pane sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined Mark's face, his twisted smile, lurking just beyond the glass, watching me, waiting. The earthy scent seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes faint, sometimes overpoweringly strong, like a living, breathing entity in the room with me. Sleep was impossible. By morning, I was a wreck. Red-eyed, disheveled, my mind a chaotic swirl of fear and fragmented memories. I knew I could not stay. I had to leave. I had to escape this city, this apartment, this life that Mark had so effortlessly infiltrated. I started packing again, this time with a frantic urgency. No more half-hearted attempts. I threw clothes into suitcases, grabbed essentials, my eyes constantly scanning the room, my ears straining for any sound. My phone rang, making me jump. It was an unknown number. I stared at it, my heart pounding. Was it him? I let it go to voicemail. A few seconds later, another call. And another. All unknown. My hands shook so much I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen cracking. As I bent to pick it up, I heard it. A faint scraping sound from the kitchen. Like something being dragged across the linoleum, my breath caught in my throat. I froze, the knife still clutched in my hand. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No answer, just the silence, thick and suffocating. I crept towards the kitchen, my steps light, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The kitchen was small, brightly lit. Nothing seemed out of place. The scraping sound must have been my imagination, a trick of my frayed nerves. I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. Then I saw it. On the pristine white counter, next to the sink, a small pile of damp earth, freshly turned soil, dark and rich, with tiny root fragments clinging to it. And in the center of the pile, another yellow daisy. This one, however, was not dried. It was fresh, vibrant, almost impossibly yellow, as if it had just been plucked from the ground. And with it, the scent, overpowering now, the cloying, damp earth, the decay, the smell that had haunted me for months, for years. It was so strong it made my eyes water, burning my nostrils. He was not just watching me, he was in my apartment. Again, or he had never left. My blood ran cold. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the pile of earth, on the impossibly bright daisy. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. But there was none. Not for the daisy, not for the earth, not for his knowledge. "You look beautiful when you are scared." The voice came from behind me, low and guttural, sending a shockwave of terror through my entire body. I spun around, the knife still in my hand, my scream caught in my throat. He was standing in the doorway of my living room, leaning against the frame, a casual, almost proprietorial air about him. Mark, but he looked different. His eyes, once kind, were now completely devoid of warmth, replaced by a chilling, knowing darkness. His skin seemed paler, almost translucent, and his hair, usually neat, was disheveled, flecked with what looked like tiny bits of soil, and the scent it radiated from him, a living miasma of death and damp earth. He smiled, a slow, deliberate unveiling of teeth that seemed too sharp, too white. "I told you I could protect you." His voice was a low rumble, laced with an unnerving calm, better than Ethan ever could. My mind screamed. How had he gotten in? The door was locked. The armchair was still pushed against it. He must have been here all along. Hiding, watching, waiting. "You are not real." I choked out, the words barely a whisper. "You are not human." He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Real enough for you are not I. Real enough to know your every fear. Real enough to know what you saw that day, under the oak tree." He took a step forward, and I instinctively recoiled, brandishing the knife. "Stay away from me," I cried, my voice cracking. He stopped, his smile unwavering. "It was always about protection, was not it?" he mused, his gaze drifting towards the kitchen, towards the pile of earth and the daisy. "Ethan was weak. He could not protect himself from the darkness, could he? And he certainly could not protect you." My heart hammered against my ribs. "What are you talking about? What happened to Ethan?" His smile widened, revealing more of those unnervingly sharp teeth. "He saw me under the oak tree. The ghost of a man, you called me, but I am more than a ghost, sweetheart. I am a presence, a keeper of the earth. And sometimes the earth claims what is its..." My blood ran cold. "You killed him." He tilted his head, a strange, almost innocent gesture. Killed is such a harsh word. "I merely absorbed him. He became part of the soil, part of the cycle. And then I saw you, a little girl in a yellow sundress, so full of fear, so vulnerable. I knew then, you were meant to be mine, to protect, to keep safe." From everything, from everyone, he took another step, then another, slowly advancing. I scrambled backward, bumping into the kitchen counter. The knife felt heavy, useless in my trembling hand. All these years, he continued, his voice growing softer, more intimate, yet infinitely more terrifying. I have been watching you, guiding you, causing those little disturbances, those blurry photos, just to remind you I was there, to remind you of the truth that no one else believed. The earth sent. That is me. That is my presence. I am the ground beneath your feet, the shadow at your back. And now you have finally come to me. My mind raced, trying to process the horrifying truth. He was not just a stalker. He was the ghost of a man, the entity that had taken Ethan, the one that had haunted my life for decades. And he had used Tinder, of all things, to finally ensnare me. You want to protect me? I spat, a desperate surge of anger momentarily overriding my fear. By taking everything from me, by trapping me, by keeping you safe, he corrected, his eyes gleaming. No one will ever hurt you again. No one will ever leave you again. You will be mine, forever protected, forever cherished. Just like Ethan. He lunged. It was not a human lunge, it was too fast, too fluid, like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. I screamed, a raw, primal sound, and swung the knife wildly. It connected, a sickening thud, but there was no blood, no cry of pain. Instead, it felt like I had struck solid wood, or perhaps earth itself. The knife clattered to the floor, useless. He grabbed my wrist, his grip impossibly strong, cold as grave soil. His fingers, long and thin, felt like roots digging into my flesh. The earthy scent enveloped me completely, choking me, stealing my breath. I struggled, kicked, screamed, but it was like fighting against the earth itself. Do not worry, he purred, pulling me closer, his face inches from mine. His eyes, black and bottomless, seemed to absorb all light. You will be safe with me. We will be together, just you and I. And you will never have to look for Ethan again. His lips, cold and dry, brushed against my temple, because he is already here. And then, everything went dark. The scent of damp earth, the rich, dark smell of decay, was the last thing I knew. It filled my senses, permeated my very being, a suffocating embrace that promised an eternity of protection in the cold, silent depths of the earth. Here comes the next story. The last thing I saw before I burst out of that cafe was Ethan's face. Not a smirk, not a grin, just a quiet, knowing glint in his eyes that seemed to say, "Gotcha." It was a look that promised I had not seen the last of him, and that thought hit me like a physical blow. My legs were moving before my brain even caught up. The bustling street, moments ago a comforting shield of anonymity, now felt like a wide-open stage where I was the main act, exposed and vulnerable. Every person I passed, every car that slowed slightly, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. Was he watching from inside? Had he followed me out? I did not dare look back. I just walked, then jogged, then practically ran. My cheap coffee date, a distant, horrifying memory. Portland, with its quirky charm and endless drizzle, had always felt a little too big for me. I was a small-town girl, and the sheer number of strangers here was usually overwhelming. Tonight, it was terrifying. Each shadow seemed to lengthen. Each distant siren scream seemed to echo my own rising panic. I pulled my arms tight around myself, as if that could somehow make me invisible, smaller, less of a target. The walk to my apartment, usually a pleasant 20 minutes, felt like an endless marathon through a gauntlet of unknown threats. I kept my head down, eyes darting from side to side, half expecting to see him emerge from an alley or step out from behind a parked car. My phone, clutched in my hand, felt useless. Who would I even call? What would I say? Hey, I just had a Tinder date with a guy who apparently stalks me. It sounded insane, even to me. Finally, I reached my building. The old brick facade, Usually a welcome sight now seemed to loom, its many windows like 100 eyes. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The lock clicked, and I practically threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut and twisting the deadbolt, then the chain, then bracing my shoulder against it for good measure. I leaned back against the door, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The silence of my apartment, usually so comforting, was now deafening. Every creak of the old building, every distant car horn, made me jump. I slowly pushed myself off the door, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. Nothing. It was just me, alone, and that was almost as terrifying as the thought of him being there. The first thing I did was block Ethan on Tinder. Then I blocked him on every social media platform I could think of, even though I had not connected with him on any of them. It was a futile gesture. I knew, but it felt like I was doing something. Then, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need for answers, I typed his name into a search engine. Ethan Miller. Nothing. No IUTB profile, no LinkedIn, no obscure blog. It was like he did not exist, except for the terrifying fact that he knew everything about me. The lack of digital footprint only made him more phantom-like, more unsettling. He was a ghost who knew my address. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my couch, the lights on, staring out at the city through my distinctive clock tower view. The gargoyles on the building across the street, usually a quirky detail I loved, now seemed to leer, their stone eyes mocking my vulnerability. He knew about them. He knew about this view. How could a complete stranger know so much about my private life, my home? The flimsy excuse about a friend in the building had been a transparent lie, a desperate attempt to cover his tracks. He had not just stumbled upon me, he had found me. He had been looking, watching. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow played tricks on my eyes. Every distant sound became a potential threat. I kept replaying the date in my head, searching for clues I might have missed, some innocent detail I would unwittingly given away. But there was nothing, just his unnerving precision, his casual mention of my bright yellow raincoat, a new purchase I would only worn a few times on my walk to the bus stop. Had he just seen me? Or had he been watching? The question echoed in my mind, a chilling refrain. The next morning, the city felt different. The air was still crisp, the coffee shops still brewed their artisan blends, but everything was tainted by a pervasive sense of unease. My usual route to work, the one that took me past the bus stop, where I would worn that yellow raincoat, suddenly felt perilous. I made a detour, walking an extra 10 minutes just to avoid it. It was a small change, but it was the first crack in the illusion of my normal life. At work, I was a wreck. My colleagues noticed my distraction, my jumpiness. A rough night, one of them asked, and I just managed a weak smile. How could I explain? How could I tell them that a Tinder date had turned into a full-blown stalking nightmare? They would probably think I was overreacting, or worse, making it up. The loneliness of being a small-town transplant in a big city intensified. I had friends, sure, but no one close enough to confide this kind of raw, visceral fear in. No one who'd truly understand. For a few days, I tried to convince myself it was over. He was just a weirdo, a one-off. He would move on. People like that always do. Right? But the feeling of being watched never truly dissipated. It was a constant hum beneath the surface of my consciousness. A low-grade anxiety that gnawed at me. I started noticing things. A dark sedan parked a few blocks from my apartment, always empty, always facing my building. Was it the same one? Or was I just paranoid? One evening, as I was walking home, I saw it again. The dark sedan. It was parked further down the street this time. Partially obscured by a large oak tree, my heart leaped into my throat. I ducked into a convenience store, pretending to browse the aisles, my eyes fixed on the street outside. After a few minutes, when I dared to look again, the car was gone. Coincidence? Or was he testing me, seeing if I would notice? The incidents escalated subtly. My mail, usually delivered to my apartment door, was sometimes left on the floor in the building lobby. Not every day, just occasionally. It was easy to dismiss at first. Maybe the mailman was busy or lazy, but then I started finding small, almost imperceptible changes. A crack in the brickwork near my front door, one I was sure had not been there before. A faint, unfamiliar scent in the hallway, like old cologne and something metallic. My building was old, and I often dismissed these things as just that, an old building, but the seed of doubt had been planted, and it was growing into a thorny bush of paranoia. Then came the first undeniable sign. I had a small, unique plant pot on my windowsill, a gift from my grandmother. It was a little ceramic owl, painted with bright, almost childish colors. One morning, I noticed it was facing a different direction. Just slightly, not enough to be obvious, but enough for me to know, deep down, that it had been moved. I lived alone. I had not touched it. My blood ran cold. He had been inside. Panic truly set in. Then, the locks on my door suddenly felt flimsy, worthless. The chain, the deadbolt, they were just suggestions to someone who apparently had no respect for boundaries. I called my landlord, explaining that I was concerned about security, about the mail, about a general feeling of unease. He was sympathetic enough, offering to check the building's security cameras, which I knew were mostly for show in the lobby, and suggesting I get a deadbolt for my window, as if a deadbolt could stop someone who already knew my apartment layout. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance. I bought a cheap motion-activated camera for my living room, pointing it at the front door. I propped a chair under the doorknob at night. I slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow, its cold steel, a meager comfort against the creeping dread. Every shadow, every sound, every rustle of the wind outside my window sent shivers down my spine. The clock tower view, once a source of comfort, became a constant reminder of his knowledge. I started closing my blinds, even during the day, plunging my apartment into a gloomy twilight. One afternoon, I was walking back from the grocery store, my arms laden with bags. As I approached my building, I saw a small brown paper bag sitting on my doormat. My heart hammered. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was not there when I left. My hands trembled as I set down my groceries and cautiously nudged the bag with my foot. It was light. I knelt, my breath catching in my throat, and carefully opened the top. Inside, nestled on a bed of crumpled tissue paper, was a single bright yellow button. My yellow raincoat, the one he would mentioned, was not just a button. It was my button. I knew it. The specific shade of yellow, the 4 small holes, the slightly chipped edge from where it had snagged on something. He had not just seen me in it, he had taken a piece of it. He had been close enough to my coat to pluck a button off, or he had been inside my apartment again, found the coat, and taken it. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I dropped the bag as if it were on fire, stumbling backward. He was playing with me. He was sending a message, a clear, undeniable message that he was still there, still watching, still capable of getting close. I burst into tears, the grocery bags forgotten on the hallway floor. The isolation hit me then with full force. I was alone, truly alone, in this big, indifferent city, and there was a predator circling. I called the police. This time, I had something tangible. The button. The story. They listened patiently, took notes. They said they would patrol the area more frequently, and suggested I get a restraining order if I ever saw him again. But how do you get a restraining order against someone who does not exist? Someone whose name brings up nothing online. They were sympathetic, but ultimately they could not do much without a more direct threat or clear evidence. They advised me to change my locks, which I would already done, and to be vigilant, as if I had not been living on the edge of a panic attack for days. The fear became a living thing inside me. a parasite feeding on my peace of mind. I stopped going out except for work, and even then, I took circuitous routes, constantly looking over my shoulder. I wore drab colors, hoping to blend in, to become invisible. My bright yellow raincoat, once a cheerful symbol of my new life in Portland, now hung in the back of my closet, a terrifying trophy he had almost claimed. I started seeing him everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, dark-haired man in a crowd. A car that looked vaguely like the sedan. My mind was playing tricks on me. I knew, but the paranoia was so deeply ingrained now that it was impossible to distinguish reality from fear. One night, I was woken by a faint scratching sound. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. It was not coming from outside. It was coming from inside my apartment. I lay absolutely still, barely breathing, straining my ears. The scratching stopped. Then, a soft click. My blood ran cold. It sounded like it was coming from the living room, near the window with the clock tower view, the window I had installed a flimsy deadbolt on. I slowly, silently, reached for the knife under my pillow. My hand was shaking so violently I almost dropped it. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to stay hidden, to pretend I had not heard. But the thought of him being inside, again while I was asleep, it was too much. I slid out of bed, bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor. Each step was excruciatingly slow, deliberate. The silence in the apartment was absolute, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. As I neared the living room doorway, I pressed myself against the wall, peering cautiously around the frame. The blinds were drawn, but a sliver of moonlight cut through the gap, illuminating a section of the room. My eyes darted to the window. The deadbolt was still engaged. But something was different. On the windowsill, right next to where my ceramic owl usually sat, I had moved it after the previous incident, was a small dark object. It looked like a camera. A tiny, discreet camera, barely larger than my thumb, pointed directly into my living room. My breath hitched. He had not just been in my apartment, he had left a surveillance device. He was not just watching from outside, he was watching from within my own home. The scratching sound, the click, he had installed it. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, so intense it made my knees buckle. He had been in here while I was asleep. He had been watching me sleep. The thought was so violating, so utterly sickening, that I almost screamed. I stumbled backward, dropping the knife with a clatter that echoed deafeningly in the silent apartment. My eyes were fixed on the tiny camera, now a malevolent eye staring back at me. He was not just a stalker, he was an invader. My home, my sanctuary, had been utterly compromised. I did not know what to do. Call the police again. What would they say? A tiny camera? Madam, are you sure it is not yours? He was too smart, too careful. He left just enough evidence to terrify me, but not enough for the authorities to act decisively. I backed away slowly, my eyes still glued to the camera. My mind raced, trying to process the implications. He had likely used the key. He had been coming and going. He knew my schedule, my habits, the little changes, the moved plant, the button. They were all part of his twisted game. I retreated to my bedroom, my heart pounding so hard I felt lightheaded. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. I needed to get out. Now, I could not stay here another second. This was not just a bad date. This was a nightmare made real. But where would I go? I was alone in Portland. My family was hundreds of miles away. My friends, though kind, would not understand the depth of this terror. The next chapter unfolds right now. The single yellow daisy on my pillow was not just a flower. It was a declaration, a cold, hard fact that ripped through the last vestiges of my sanity. Mark had been here, in my apartment, while I was out, while I was running, while I was trying to escape him. He was here, making himself at home, leaving his twisted signature. My breath hitched, then caught in my throat. My entire body went cold. a chill deeper than any winter night. Yellow daisies. They grew wild in the field behind my childhood home. The same field where Ethan and I had played. The same field where he had died. The police, bless their hearts, had called it a tragic accident. A fall. A child's grief-stricken imagination. But I knew there was something else. And now Mark knew too. He knew about the sundress, the old oak tree, the exact spot where our innocence shattered. The flower felt like a physical blow. My knees buckled and I sank to the floor, my eyes still glued to that innocent, sun-yellow petal. It was so small, so deceptively benign, yet it held the weight of my deepest, most buried trauma. My apartment, which moments ago had felt like a fragile refuge, now pulsed with a terrifying, malevolent energy. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every creak of the old building was a whisper of his presence. He had not just been in my home, he had defiled it. He had touched my pillow, where I laid my head every night, where my dreams and nightmares resided. Panic clawed its way up my throat. I could not stay here. Not another second. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. The police, I had to call them, but a bitter taste filled my mouth. The ghost of a man, the moved objects, the unidentifiable smudges, they would dismiss it all as stress, as a vivid imagination, as the residue of past trauma manifesting in new ways. They would not believe me now, not without concrete proof and a single dried daisy, plucked from a field I had not visited in decades, left on my pillow. They would just think I was having a breakdown. No, I was on my own. My apartment, already half-packed for a move I had optimistically scheduled for next month, now looked like a disaster zone. Boxes were everywhere, some taped shut, others spilling their contents. This chaos, which had once been a symbol of a fresh start, now felt like a cruel joke, a labyrinth designed to trap me. I needed to leave. Now, but where to go? And what to take? My eyes darted around the room, trying to force my brain to process, to prioritize. Phone, wallet, keys, essentials. But what about clothes? What about my laptop? My mind was a jumble of screaming thoughts, each one louder than the last. I needed to be fast, silent, and invisible. I forced myself up, my legs still trembling. My gaze swept over the room, every instinct screaming at me to run, but a primal fear kept me rooted. What if he was still here? Hiding, watching. The silence of the apartment, once comforting, was now thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I flicked on every light, banishing the shadows, but the feeling of being watched persisted, a phantom weight on my back. My hands, slick with sweat, fumbled with my backpack. I shoved my laptop inside, then grabbed a few changes of clothes from a half-packed box. It felt absurd, like I was preparing for a weekend trip instead of fleeing for my life. Each item I touched felt tainted, observed. I could almost feel Mark's breath on my neck, his twisted smile seared behind my eyelids. The cloying smell of damp earth, which had clung to him at the cafe, now seemed to permeate the very air in my apartment, a constant, sickening reminder. As I moved through the living room, my eyes scanned every surface, every corner. Had he left anything else? Another chilling message. My gaze fell on the front door, still barricaded with the armchair, the deadbolt and chain firmly in place. He had gotten in. How? A spare key. Picking the lock. Or had he been here before I even moved in, watching, learning my habits, waiting for the perfect moment? The thought sent another wave of nausea through me. I grabbed my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. My car was parked in the building's underground garage. Maybe I could just get in it and drive until I ran out of gas. Or until I felt safe enough to think. Unbarricading the door felt like disarming a bomb. Each click of the deadbolt, each clink of the chain, echoed like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. My heart hammered against my ribs, convinced that the noise would alert him, wherever he was. Finally, the door was unlocked. I peered through the peephole. The hallway was dark, the emergency lights casting long, eerie shadows. Empty. But empty did not mean safe. It just meant I could not see him. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I gripped the doorknob, turned it slowly, and pulled the door open just a crack. I strained my ears, listening. Nothing, just the distant hum of the city, a sound that usually comforted me but now felt menacing, like a predator's purr. I slipped out, pulling the door shut behind me with excruciating slowness, trying to make as little sound as possible. I did not bother locking it. What was the point? He already knew how to get in. The elevator, a metal box, a potential trap. I considered the stairs, but my apartment was on the 7th floor. Descending 7 flights in the dark, my nerves frayed, felt like an eternity. I pressed the call button for the elevator, my finger trembling. The light above the door glowed, and I heard the faint whirring of the machinery. It felt like an eternity for the doors to slide open, revealing an empty, brightly lit car. I darted inside, my eyes scanning every inch of the space before the doors closed. I stabbed the L button for the lobby, then the P1 button for the parking garage, hoping to confuse anyone who might be watching. The ride down was agonizingly slow. Each floor it passed felt like a countdown to my doom. My reflection in the polished metal doors stared back at me. A pale, wild-eyed stranger. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish Mark's image. But it was useless. His predatory gleam, his twisted smile, the cloying smell of damp earth. It was all there, seared into my mind. When the elevator finally chimed and the doors opened onto the lobby, I braced myself. The lobby was empty, the night concierge nowhere in sight. I tried to walk calmly, but my legs felt like lead, each step a conscious effort. I needed to appear normal, inconspicuous. Do not draw attention. Do not let him know, I swiped my key fob at the garage door, the heavy metal rising with a groan that seemed impossibly loud. The underground garage was a labyrinth of concrete pillars and dim lighting, a perfect hunting ground. My car was parked far in the back, tucked away in a corner. I walked quickly, my keys clutched in my hand, ready to press the panic button if I saw anything out of place. Every parked car felt like a potential hiding spot. Every shadow stretched and twisted into a monstrous shape. I reached my car, fumbling with the remote to unlock it. The click echoed loudly in the cavernous space. I yanked the door open and practically dove inside, locking the doors immediately. I started the engine, the familiar rumble, a small comfort in the terrifying silence. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely put the car in reverse. Backing out of the spot, my eyes darted into the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the empty garage. I drove slowly, cautiously, up the ramp and out into the night. The city, usually a comfort, a bustling hub of life, now felt like a suffocating maze. Every car that passed me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, every reflection in a storefront window, my mind twisted it into Mark. He was everywhere, nowhere. The constant feeling of being watched was a cruel weight on my back, the earthy scent, a persistent reminder that I had not truly escaped. Where to go? My best friend, Sarah, lived across town. I could go to her place, but what if Mark was watching me, following me? What if I led him straight to Sarah? The thought sickened me. I could not put her in danger. A hotel, anonymous, but still traceable, and I did not want to be alone. I drove aimlessly for what felt like hours, the city lights blurring into streaks as my eyes welled up with tears of fear and exhaustion. My phone, clutched in my hand, vibrated. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Unknown number. I stared at it, my heart pounding. Could it be him? Had he found a way around the block? I let it ring, then sent it straight to voicemail. A minute later, another call from a different unknown number, and another. He was trying to reach me. He wanted to know where I was, to hear the fear in my voice. I pulled over to the side of a deserted street, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I could not keep driving like this. I needed a plan. I needed help. Then, a name flashed in my mind, Uncle Ben. My mother's brother, a former police officer, lived in a small, isolated cabin in the mountains, a good 2-hour drive from the city. He was gruff, a bit of a recluse, but he was family, and he was tough. He would believe me. He would know what to do. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only option that felt truly safe. Isolated, far from the city, I pulled back onto the road, setting my GPS for Uncle Ben's cabin, the destination a small beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. The drive was a blur of paranoid glances and white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. Every time headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, I tensed, convinced it was him. Every shadow on the side of the road seemed to morph into a silhouette. My phone rang again and again, from different numbers, all unknown. I silenced it, tossing it onto the passenger seat, the incessant, buzzing a terrifying counterpoint to my racing thoughts. The city lights eventually faded, replaced by the inky blackness of the winding mountain roads. The air grew colder, thinner. Trees loomed on either side, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. The silence here was different from the city. It was wild, untamed, but also somehow more oppressive. There were no streetlights, only the beam of my headlights cutting a narrow path through the darkness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the GPS announced, "Arrived at destination." I pulled into a small, unpaved driveway, the crunch of gravel under my tires, echoing loudly in the stillness. Uncle Ben's cabin was a rustic, log-built structure, dark and silent. A single light glowed faintly from a window. A small comfort. I cut the engine, plunging the world into total darkness, save for the faint cabin light. I sat there for a moment, letting out a shaky breath I did not realize I would have been holding. I made it. I was safe. Pushing open the car door, the cold mountain air hit me, sharp and clean, momentarily clearing my head. I grabbed my backpack and walked towards the cabin, my boots crunching on the gravel. As I approached the front door, a faint, familiar scent pricked at my nostrils. Damp earth. My heart seized in my chest. No, it could not be. Not here. I must be imagining it. My mind was playing tricks on me. The stress, the fear, it was all getting to me. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize it away, but the scent grew stronger, unmistakable, chilling me to the bone. I reached the front door, my hand hovering over the knocker. Before I could even raise my fist, the door creaked open, revealing a figure standing in the shadows within. "Uncle Ben," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, into the faint light spilling from the window. It was not Uncle Ben. It was Mark. He stood there, framed in the doorway, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with that same predatory intensity. He was not wearing the nice shirt from the cafe. He was dressed in dark utilitarian clothes, like he had been waiting, watching for a long time, and in his hand, clutched gently between his thumb and forefinger, was another single, dried yellow daisy. "Hello." "Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, yet laced with a chilling undercurrent of triumph. "I knew you would come here. You always run to the safest place, do not you? Just like you always ran to that field." My breath hitched. My entire body locked up, a primal scream trapped in my throat. He knew everything. He was not just following me, he was anticipating me. He had been here, waiting. How did he know about Uncle Ben? How? How did you know? I finally managed to croak, the words barely escaping my lips. His smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. "Oh. I know a lot about you, Sarah. More than you could ever imagine. I have been watching you for a very long time. Since you were a little girl, really? My blood ran cold. Since I was a little girl, the words echoed in my mind, linking him directly to my childhood trauma, to Ethan. Ethan, I whispered, the name a painful gasp. He nodded, his eyes never leaving mine. Yes, Ethan. Such a tragedy. The police never understood, did they? They never understood the truth. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, the daisy still held aloft. But I did. I understood your grief, your pain, your need for someone to truly see you. You were there. I accused, a dawning horror washing over me. That day, in the field, he chuckled softly, a sound that grated on my nerves. I was always there. Sarah. Always watching, always protecting, even when you did not know it. He took another step, closing the distance between us. That is why I knew you would come here. This place, this cabin, it is connected to your past, to your sense of security, just like that field. You always sought refuge in the familiar. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. This was not just a stalker. This was something far more twisted, far more deeply rooted in my past than I could have ever conceived. He was not just Mark from Tinder, he was a phantom from my childhood, a dark shadow that had always been lurking at the edges of my life. Where's Uncle Ben? I demanded, trying to inject some authority into my trembling voice. Mark tilted his head, his gaze unsettlingly serene. Your uncle is indisposed. He won't be bothering us. He gestured vaguely into the dark interior of the cabin. We have a lot to talk about. Sarah, a lifetime of things only we can understand. He reached out, slowly, his hand extending towards me, the yellow daisy still clutched in his fingers. Come inside. It is cold out here. We can finally be together. Just like it was always meant to be. The earthy smell was overwhelming now. Not just damp soil, but something deeper, richer, like freshly turned grave dirt. I stared at the daisy, then at his outstretched hand, then into the abyssal darkness of the cabin behind him. My mind screamed. This was not a refuge. This was the final trap. He had not just followed me, he had orchestrated my entire flight, leading me directly into his waiting arms. I took a step back, then another, my eyes wide with terror. No, I whispered, shaking my head. Never. His smile faltered, a flicker of something dark and dangerous, replacing the faux tenderness. Oh, but you will. Sarah, you always do. You always come back to me. He lunged. My scream tore through the night, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I did not think. I just reacted. I spun around, throwing my backpack at him, and bolted back towards my car. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. Propelling me forward, I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and relentless, crunching on the gravel. I reached my car, fumbling desperately with the door handle. It was still unlocked. I yanked it open, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it with a frantic click. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hands shaking so violently I almost missed. The engine roared to life, through the windshield. I saw Mark standing there, just feet from my car, his face contorted in a mask of rage and frustration. The yellow daisy was gone, presumably dropped in his lunge. He pounded on the hood of my car, a chilling thud against the metal. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I floored it. The car lurched backward, narrowly missing a tree. I slammed it into drive and peeled out of the driveway, leaving Mark standing alone in the darkness, his silhouette receding in my rearview mirror. I drove like a madwoman, the mountain roads a blur. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Far away. The police would not believe me, but now I knew the truth. Mark was not just a stalker, he was a ghost from my past, a monster who had been watching me, waiting for decades. He knew about Ethan, about the field, about everything that haunted me. He was the embodiment of my childhood nightmare. Finally stepping out of the shadows, as I sped down the winding road, the cabin disappearing from view. I felt his phantom gaze still on me, a cruel weight on my back. The earthy scent, no longer just around him but everywhere, suffocated me with dread. I had escaped, for now, but I knew with a terrifying certainty that this was far from over. Mark was out there, a meticulous, patient predator, and I was his prey. And somewhere, perhaps in the darkness of Uncle Ben's cabin, another yellow daisy lay waiting, a silent promise of his return. The nightmare had just begun. And so we continue our journey. So, there I was, a Tuesday evening, slumped on my couch, scrolling through Tinder. Another night, another endless parade of gym selfies and fishing pictures. I was not really looking for anything serious, just a distraction, maybe a decent conversation. My finger paused on Alex. He had a clean-cut look, a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and a bio that read, "Just looking for good vibes and genuine connections." Seemed harmless enough. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. His first message was quick. "Hey Sarah, great to match with you. You have a really interesting profile." It was generic but polite. We chatted for a bit, a few easy back and forths about our jobs, our favorite bands. He seemed normal, maybe even a little charming. We decided to meet up for a casual drink at the Rusty Mug, a dimly lit pub downtown that was usually pretty busy. I figured a public place was always the safest bet for a first date. I got there a little early, picked a booth in the back, and ordered a sparkling water. The place was starting to fill up. The low hum of conversation and clinking glasses, a comforting backdrop. Then Alex walked in. He was taller than his pictures suggested, and that smile was even more disarming in person. He spotted me, his eyes locking onto mine, and made his way over. My heart did that little fluttery thing it does when you meet someone new, and there is a flicker of potential. "Sarah." "Hey, I am Alex," he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, a little warm. "Hi, Alex. Nice to finally meet you," I replied, feeling a blush creep up my neck. I tried to push down the nagging feeling that his gaze lingered a little too long, a little too intensely. It was probably just me, always overthinking things. We ordered drinks, a craft beer for him, a glass of rosé for me, and settled into conversation. He was a good listener, asking thoughtful questions about my work as a graphic designer, my hobbies, my plans for the future. He laughed at my jokes, and his eyes never left my face. It was flattering. At first, I started to relax, thinking maybe, just maybe, this would not be another dud. Then it happened. We were talking about morning routines, and I mentioned how I always started my day with a strong cup of coffee. "Oh yeah," he said, a glint in his eye. "What kind do you usually get? Is it that Sumatra blend from the corner store, the one with the dark blue bag?" My smile faltered. My stomach did a slow, cold flip. I did not remember ever mentioning that. I mean, I did buy that exact brand, or from that exact corner store, every single morning. It was my little ritual, but it was not on my Tinder profile. It was not something I would ever talked about with anyone, let alone a stranger I would just met. Yeah, actually," I said, trying to sound casual. "How did you know that?" He just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Just a lucky guess." "I suppose. I live not too far from there, and I have seen that brand around. You just strike me as a Sumatra kind of girl." He winked. It was a flimsy explanation, and it did not sit right. My initial fluttery feeling had transformed into a cold, hard knot in my chest. I forced a laugh. "Right, a Sumatra kind of girl. You got me." But inside, a tiny alarm bell was starting to clang. I tried to push it away. Coincidence, right? Just a weird coincidence. The rest of the date felt different after that. Every compliment he gave, every question he asked, I felt laced with something else, something unsettling. His eyes, which I would initially found charming, now seemed to dissect me, to see beyond the surface. He asked about my apartment building, specifically the new coffee shop that had just opened up on the ground floor. I would only moved into that building a few months ago, and the coffee shop was brand new. I definitely had not mentioned my address, or even the general neighborhood. On my profile, "Oh, you mean the daily grind?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even. "Yeah, it is pretty good." "I heard it is got a nice vibe," he said, taking a sip of his beer, his gaze unwavering. "Convenient for you. I bet just an elevator ride away." That was too specific. My building only had one small, independent coffee shop on the ground floor, and he knew it was an elevator ride away. That meant he knew I lived in the building. Not just near it, but in it. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was not a lucky guess. I felt a cold dread start to spread through me, like ice water in my veins. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe he had a friend who lived there. Maybe he saw me walk in one day. But that felt like grasping at straws. The combination of the coffee, the brand, the specific corner store, and now my building's new coffee shop, and the elevator ride comment, it was too much. I started making excuses. "Well, this has been fun, Alex, but I actually have an early start tomorrow." I glanced at my watch, though I barely registered the time. "I should probably head out." He nodded, his smile still in place, but it felt less genuine now, more like a mask. "Oh, already? Was hoping we could grab one more, or maybe I could walk you to your car." "No, really? I am good," I said, already sliding out of the booth. "My car is just around the corner." It was not. It was a few blocks away in a parking garage. I just wanted to get away from him, to put distance between us. He stood up too, a little too quickly, a little too close. "All right, if you insist, can I at least get your number for next time?" My mind screamed no, but I felt a strange paralysis. I did not want to make him angry. I did not want to seem rude. So, with trembling hands, I pulled out my phone. "Sure," I mumbled, punching in my number. He took my phone, quickly typed something, and handed it back. "Great. I will text you later. Sarah." It was a pleasure. His eyes held mine for a moment longer, a look that was not charming or friendly, but possessive. I practically fled the bar, not even looking back. The cool night air hit my face, but it did not clear my head. My skin felt like it was crawling. I walked quickly, my senses on high alert, constantly checking over my shoulder. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every passing car made my heart leap into my throat. I could not shake the feeling that he was watching me, that he was somewhere behind me, a silent predator. I finally reached my car in the dimly lit parking garage. The concrete maze felt even more unsettling now. Each empty space a potential hiding spot. I fumbled with my keys, my hands slick with sweat, and practically dove into my car, locking the doors immediately. I did not even bother to start the engine right away. I just sat there, breathing heavily, trying to calm my racing pulse. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Had a great time tonight, Sarah. I will be thinking of you. Sweet dreams." It was Alex. My blood ran cold. He had not just put his number in my phone, he had texted me from his own phone while I was still in the bar, or just minutes after I left. He knew my number. He had not asked for it to put his in. He would ask for it to confirm his access to mine. I drove home on autopilot, my mind a whirlpool of fear and confusion. How could he know so much? Had he been following me? For how long? The thought made my stomach churn. I felt violated, like my privacy had been stripped away, leaving me exposed. When I finally got to my apartment building, I did not feel the usual sense of relief. Instead, the elevator ride comment echoed in my head. I pressed the button, feeling vulnerable as I waited for it to arrive. The ride up felt agonizingly slow, each floor a ticking second closer to what I got out on my floor, practically running to my door. I fumbled with my keys again, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. Inside, I locked the deadbolt, then the chain, then pushed a heavy chair against the door. I knew it was probably useless if he was determined, but it made me feel marginally safer. I flicked on every light, banishing the shadows, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I checked my windows, making sure they were locked, pulling the blinds tight. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage, and I was the trapped animal. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Alex. Just wanted to make sure you got home safe. It is a quiet night in your building tonight, is not it? My breath hitched. He knew I was home. He knew it was a quiet night. He was outside. Or worse, he was inside the building. My blood ran cold, fear a solid lump in my throat. I crept to my peephole, heart pounding. The hallway was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the emergency lights, but that did not mean he was not there. He could be lurking around the corner, or one floor up, or one floor down. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers felt numb. I just stared at the text, the words burning into my eyes. This was not just a creepy date. This was a full-blown stalking situation, and it felt like it had been going on for a lot longer than just tonight. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, every creak and groan of the old building sending jolts of terror through me. Sleep was impossible. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped, but it was just more texts from Alex. They started off seemingly innocent, thinking about you, then got progressively more disturbing. I really enjoyed watching you tonight, and your window is so pretty when the light hits it just right. The sun finally started to peek through my blinds, casting weak, gray light into the room. I had not slept a wink. My eyes burned, my body ached, and my mind was a chaotic mess of fear and adrenaline. I knew I could not stay. Not here. Not anymore. This was not just some guy I could block and forget. He knew where I lived. He was watching me. I called the police, my voice trembling as I recounted the details of the date, the texts, the chilling specificity of his comments. The officer on the phone listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. Madam, he has not actually threatened you, has he? He just sent some creepy texts. She advised me to block his number, to be careful, and to call them back if he actually showed up at my door or made a direct threat. It was the standard response, the one I would expected, but it left me feeling utterly alone and exposed. They would not believe me, not really, not until something actually happened, and I did not want to wait for something to happen. I needed to get out. I needed to disappear. My half-packed apartment, a testament to my plans for a fresh start in this city, now felt like a trap. Every box, a reminder of how easily my life could be packed up and moved, how little I truly had to ground me here. I started throwing things into a duffel bag, grabbing essentials, a few changes of clothes, my laptop, my wallet, my car keys. My hands moved frantically, my mind racing. Where could I go? A friend's place, my sister's. Anywhere but here. As I was zipping up the bag, I noticed something on my bedside table, something that was not there last night. A single perfect yellow daisy sitting on top of my favorite book. My breath hitched. My heart stopped. Yellow daisies. They were the flowers that grew wild in the field where Ethan died, a trauma the police had dismissed as childish imagination years ago. A trauma I had never, ever shared with anyone, let alone a Tinder date. And yet, here it was, a single chilling declaration. He had been here, in my apartment, while I was out on the date with him, or while I was sleeping, too terrified to move. He had been here. He had touched my things. He knew about the sundress, the old oak, the shattered innocence. He knew everything. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, the duffel bag falling from my grasp. My refuge was defiled, every shadow now writhing with malevolent energy. It would touch my pillow, where nightmares resided. Panic clawed at my throat. I could not stay. I absolutely could not stay. The cloying smell of damp earth, a faint but distinct scent, permeated the air. His scent, who had gotten in, despite the barricaded door, how... A spare key, or had he been watching me even before I moved in, somehow gaining access? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing my car keys. My hand was shaking so violently I could barely hold them. Unbarricading the door felt like disarming a bomb. Each click of the locks echoed. Announcing my escape, my desperation, I peered through the peephole. The hallway was still empty, but it did not feel safe. It felt like a stage, waiting for its player. Slipping out, I did not bother locking the door behind me. What was the point? He already knew how to get in. The elevator, a potential trap, whirred to life as I stabbed the down button repeatedly, my finger numb. I darted inside, pressing the button for the parking garage, then every other floor button, just in case, a desperate attempt to confuse him, to buy myself more time. The ride down was agonizingly slow, each floor a ticking second closer to what? Escape, or a final, terrifying confrontation. When the doors finally slid open to the garage level, I did not hesitate. I bolted, my footsteps echoing loudly in the cavernous space. My car was parked near the exit, a beacon of hope. I fumbled with the remote, the little click of the unlock button, a symphony to my ears. I wrenched the door open, threw my bag onto the passenger seat and jumped in, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hands trembled on the steering wheel as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a comforting sound of power. I put the car in reverse, my eyes darting frantically around the garage. Every pillar, every parked car, every shadow seemed to hold a threat. I could feel his eyes on me. I knew he was here. As I backed out of the space, my headlights swept across a figure standing by a support pillar, just at the edge of the light. Alex. He was just standing there, unmoving, a faint smile playing on his lips. He lifted his hand, not waving goodbye, but slowly, deliberately, bringing his thumb and forefinger together, forming a circle, then slowly pulling his index finger away from his thumb, mimicking the act of plucking something. Plucking a daisy? My blood turned to ice. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the tires squealing as I sped out of the garage, not daring to look back. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stop. He was out there, he was everywhere, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was just the beginning. The yellow daisy was not a warning. It was a promise. What comes next is another personal moment. Was it him? That dark sedan, perpetually empty, perpetually parked a few blocks from my apartment building, always facing my windows, became the new anchor of my terror. It was not a sleek, modern car. It was older, boxy, the kind that blends into the background until you realize it is always there. Its windows were tinted so dark, they swallowed the light, reflecting nothing but a murky, impenetrable blackness. Every morning, as I forced myself to leave for work, my eyes would dart to that spot, and every morning, it was there. Like a silent, metallic predator, biding its time. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone lived in the building down the street and worked nights. Maybe they just preferred to park there. But the logic felt hollow, flimsy. The car never moved. Not for days, then weeks. It just sat, and the longer it sat, the more it felt like an extension of Ethan's unsettling gaze, a physical manifestation of the gotcha he would thrown at me. My rerouted walk to work became a frantic dash, my head on a swivel, my heart hammering against my ribs. I would take different routes each day, doubling back, cutting through alleys, anything to shake the phantom feeling of pursuit. But no matter how many detours I took, the car was still there when I returned, a silent, mocking testament to my failed attempts at evasion. The city, once a thrilling escape from my small-town life, had transformed into a sprawling, concrete labyrinth of fear Every stranger felt like a potential accomplice, every shadow a hiding place for Ethan. My colleagues noticed my increasing distraction, my jumpiness, everything. Okay. Narrator's name, they would ask, their voices laced with concern. But how could I explain? How could I articulate the suffocating dread of being hunted by a ghost? A man with no digital footprint. A man who knew my address, my clock tower view, my bright yellow raincoat. After a single horrifying coffee date, they would think I was crazy. I was starting to think I was crazy. Sleep, already a precious commodity, vanished almost entirely. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window became a symphony of terror. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, picturing Ethan's face, that quiet, knowing glint in his eyes. He was not just watching me. He was dissecting me, peeling back layers of my life, one by one. The thought was a cold, venomous tendril coiling around my heart. Then, the small things started. The kind of things that make you question your sanity, that make you doubt your own memory. I would swear I would left my coffee mug on the left side of the sink, only to find it on the right. My favorite book, which I had been reading in bed, would mysteriously appear on the kitchen counter. A window I was certain I would locked would be slightly ajar, just enough to let in a chill, just enough to suggest an unseen hand. I started taking pictures of everything before I left the apartment. My keys on the hook, the angle of the blinds, the position of my shoes by the door. It felt insane, but it was my only way to prove to myself that I was not losing my mind. And when I returned, the photographic evidence would often confirm my fears. The blinds were slightly different. The shoes had been nudged. Nothing was ever stolen, nothing overtly damaged. It was just a shift, a subtle, insidious rearrangement that screamed, I was here. I am here. The apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage. I started barricading the door at night with a chair, even though I knew it was futile. If he could get in and out so silently, so seamlessly, a chair would not stop him. It was a ritual of desperate comfort, a childish attempt to ward off the monster under the bed. One evening, I came home to a faint, unfamiliar scent in the air. Not a bad smell, not a perfumey smell, but something earthy, almost like damp soil and old paper. It was subtle, barely there, but it snagged at the back of my throat, a phantom presence that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I checked every room, every closet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Nothing, just the oppressive silence, punctuated by my own ragged breathing. Later that night, as I huddled under my covers, desperately trying to find sleep, I heard it. A faint scratching sound, coming from the wall behind my bed. Not loud, not aggressive, but persistent, like fingernails dragging lightly across plaster. Or perhaps something small, scurrying within the walls. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It went on for what felt like an eternity, a tiny, gnawing sound that chipped away at my last vestiges of sanity. I tried to convince myself it was mice, or the old building settling, but deep down, a colder, more terrifying thought took root. He was inside. Not in my apartment, but in the very fabric of my building, a silent, unseen parasite. The next morning, exhausted and raw, I noticed something new, tucked neatly under the doormat, where I would be sure to find it, was a small, folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up, my blood running cold. It was not a note, not in the traditional sense. It was a faded, sepia-toned photograph. My stomach dropped. It was a picture of me, not a recent one, not from my social media. This was a picture of me as a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a swing set in my backyard in my small hometown. I was wearing a bright yellow sundress, and my face was beaming, utterly carefree. In the background, barely visible, was the old oak tree my father had planted. My breath hitched. How could he possibly have this? I did not even have a copy of this photo myself. It was from an old family album, stored away in my parents' attic hundreds of miles away. The gotcha echoed in my mind, louder and more sinister than ever. This was not just a random stalker. This was not just a bad Tinder date. This was something far, far worse. He did not just know my address and my raincoat. He knew my past. He knew my childhood. The photo was a declaration, a twisted love letter from the shadows. It meant he had not just found me recently. He had been watching me for a very, very long time. The thought sent a jolt of icy terror through my entire body, freezing me in place. The dark sedan outside felt less like a threat, and more like a symbol of his omnipresence. He was not just parked outside, he was rooted there, a permanent fixture in my nightmare. I called my parents, my voice thin and reedy. Mom, do you still have those old photo albums from when I was a kid? Of course, honey, she said, her voice warm and familiar, a stark contrast to my internal chaos. They are up in the attic. Why? Have you lent them to anyone recently? Or had anyone over who might have looked through them? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. She laughed. No, sweetie, who would I lend them to? And it is just your father and me here. Why all the questions? I mumbled something about wanting to show a friend some old pictures, quickly ending the call before my panic could betray me. He had not gotten the photo from my parents. He would gotten it from somewhere else. Or he would taken it himself. The implications were horrifying. He had been there in my childhood, watching. The scratching in the walls intensified that night, no longer subtle. It was a deliberate, rhythmic tap, like a slow, insistent knock. It was not coming from one spot. It seemed to move, from the wall behind my bed, to the wall by the door, then to the ceiling above my head. It was playful, mocking, a game. He was letting me know he was there, all around me, in the very structure of my home. My apartment was no longer a cage. It was a dollhouse, and I was the doll, manipulated by unseen strings. I started seeing glimpses of him, always fleeting, always just out of reach. A figure disappearing around a corner in the grocery store, a reflection in a shop window that vanished the moment I turned my head. He was a phantom, an echo, a shadow that danced at the edge of my vision. One afternoon, I returned home to find my front door slightly ajar, not wide open, just enough that the latch had not caught. My heart leaped into my throat. This was not a subtle shift. This was a blatant invasion. I pushed the door open slowly, every muscle tense, a cheap kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hand. The apartment was silent, eerily so. Nothing appeared to be out of place, no signs of forced entry. But the faint, earthy smell was back, stronger this time. Then I saw it. On my coffee table, carefully placed atop my half-finished crossword puzzle, was a single withered yellow rose. Its petals were bruised, almost brown at the edges, but it was unmistakably yellow. And tied to its stem with a thin piece of twine was a small, laminated card. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped the knife as I picked up the card. It was not a greeting card. It was a library card. A very old library card with a faded picture of a young boy, maybe 10 or 12 years old. And the name printed below the picture, in a childish, looping script, was Ethan. My blood ran cold. This was not the Ethan from the coffee date. This was a younger Ethan. And the picture. The boy in the picture had eyes that were unsettlingly familiar. The same quiet, knowing glint. I flipped the card over. On the back, handwritten in neat, precise letters, was a single sentence. You were always my favorite story. The world spun. My legs gave out and I sank to the floor. The withered rose and library card clutched in my hand. He had not just been watching me since childhood. He had been obsessed with me since childhood. The yellow rose, my yellow raincoat. It was not a coincidence. He would known my favorite color. He would known my childhood. My entire life had been a narrative he would been following, perhaps even influencing. The no digital footprint suddenly made terrifying sense. He was not trying to hide. He simply did not exist in the same way everyone else did. He was a ghost, a specter woven into the fabric of my own personal history. The Tinder date was not a random encounter. It was his chosen moment to finally step out of the shadows, to claim his prize. The gotcha was not just about knowing my address, it was about the culmination of a lifetime of meticulous, terrifying observation. The scratching in the walls started again, but this time it was not playful. It was urgent, frantic, like something trying to break free, and it was not just in the walls. It was in the ceiling, under the floorboards, all around me. A cacophony of tiny, insistent movements, as if the very structure of the building was alive with unseen things, or perhaps alive with him. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing, a primal scream trapped in my throat. I had to get out. I had to run, but where? He knew everything. He knew my past, my present, probably even my future movements. He was everywhere, and nowhere. As I fumbled with the locks on my door, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the knob. I heard a new sound, a faint, almost imperceptible click from behind me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The scratching stopped. The apartment fell into an oppressive silence, a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. Slowly, agonizingly, I turned around. Standing in the doorway of my bedroom, framed by the dim light of the hallway, was Ethan. Not the Ethan from the coffee date, not the younger Ethan from the library card. This was an older Ethan, but with the same quiet, knowing glint in his eyes. A glint that now held an unbearable depth of possessive triumph. He was wearing dark clothes, almost blending into the shadows, and his hair was slightly disheveled, as if he would just emerge from a crawl space. He did not speak. He did not move. He just stood there, watching me, his gaze locking onto mine with an intensity that felt like a physical grip. In his hand, he held something small, dark, and metallic. It took me a moment to recognize it through the haze of terror. It was a small, antique-looking key, the kind that would unlock an old trunk, or perhaps a very old, very heavy wooden door. My eyes darted from the key to his face, then to the door of my apartment, still ajar behind me. He had not broken in. He had used a key. He had always had a key. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not just a stalker. He was not just an obsessed fan. He was ingrained in my life, a silent observer, from the very beginning. The gotcha was not about catching me on a date. It was about finally revealing the full extent of his horrifying, lifelong ownership. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. Not a smirk, but a gentle, almost tender expression, as if he was looking at something precious. "You were always my favorite story," he whispered, his voice soft, almost melodic but laced with an ancient, terrifying hunger. And now, it is time for our next chapter. My scream died in my throat, strangled by fear. The city outside, once a terrifying vastness, now felt impossibly distant, a world away. There was no escape. There was only Ethan, and the horrifying truth of a life that was never truly my own. The dark sedan outside was just a sentinel. He was the architect of my fear, and I was trapped in the story he had been writing for me all along. And the next chapter, I knew with a chilling certainty, would be the most terrifying of all. One story ends and another begins. The cold air hit me like a slap, but it did little to clear the fog of terror in my mind. My feet pounded the pavement, a frantic rhythm against the chilling reality. Mark knew where I lived. He knew about mittens, and he was watching. Every street lamp seemed to cast his silhouette. Every distant siren felt like a warning meant for me. You know that feeling, right? That primal, gut-wrenching panic when your world just shifts. One minute you are having a mundane coffee date. The next you are running for your life from a man who knows things no stranger should. My lungs burned, but I did not stop, did not even dare to look back again. My car, a beat-up Civic, was parked 3 blocks away, a forgotten detail from a morning that now felt like a lifetime ago. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them. The metallic tang of fear was thick in my mouth. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors with a frantic click. the sound echoing ominously in the sudden silence of the car. My breath hitched in ragged gasps. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, and just sat there for a moment, trying to force oxygen into my starved brain. Where did I go? Home was out. My apartment, the one Mark had described in such chilling detail, was a trap. A friend's. But what if he followed me? What if he already knew where my friends lived? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I started the car, the engine sputtering to life, a surprisingly normal sound in my completely unnormal world. I pulled out of the parking spot, not even bothering to check my mirrors for Mark. I just knew he was not there anymore. Not physically. It was in my head, a phantom passenger in my terror. I drove aimlessly at first, just needing distance. The city lights blurred past, each one a tiny, indifferent star in a sky that felt too vast, too uncaring. My phone, clutched in my hand, vibrated. I flinched so hard I nearly swerved into another lane. It was Sarah, my best friend. A lifeline, hello. My voice was a reedy whisper, barely recognizable. Hey, you still coming over tonight for movie night? Sarah's voice, bright and normal, was a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. Sarah. I choked out. I need your help. I am coming over now. Whoa, what is wrong? You sound terrible. Are you crying? I will explain when I get there. Just please open the door when I knock. Do not ask questions, just let me in. I hung up before she could ask more, my heart still hammering against my ribs. Sarah lived on the other side of town, a good 20-minute drive. 20 minutes for Mark to find me, to make his move. Every car behind me, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, felt like him. I changed lanes erratically, sped up, slowed down, trying to shake a tail that might not even be there. My paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut. When I finally pulled up to Sarah's apartment complex, my hands were slick with sweat. I killed the engine, plunging myself into darkness, and just sat there for a moment, staring at her window, hoping to see a light, a sign of her presence. The world outside felt menacing, the shadows long and deep. I imagined Mark stepping out of them, his smile still on his face. I practically sprinted to her door, hammering on it before I even got my breath back. The peephole went dark, then the locks clicked, and Sarah pulled me inside, her face etched with concern. What in God's name happened? She asked, her eyes wide. I collapsed onto her couch, the words spilling out in a torrent. I told her everything, the Tinder date, Mark, the cafe, the wooden cat, Mittens, my apartment, his knowing smile, the escape. Sarah listened, her expression shifting from confusion to disbelief, then to a dawning horror that mirrored my own. He knew about Mittens. Your cat, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Not just Mittens. Sarah. My Mittens. He described the scar on her ear. The one Alex put there. The name Alex hung in the air, a ghost in the room. Alex, my ex, the one who had carved the wooden cat, the one who had left me with a deep, lingering fear. Okay, deep breaths, Sarah said, trying to be calm, but I could see the tremor in her hands as she handed me a glass of water. So, this guy, Mark, he is somehow connected to Alex. Or he is Alex. I do not know. That is what scares me. He looked nothing like Alex, but he knew everything Alex knew. Or at least, everything Alex would know if he would been in my apartment. The way he talked about the wooden cat, the novels he would been inside. Sarah, he would been in my home. My voice cracked on the last word. The violation of it, the chilling intimacy of his knowledge, was almost worse than the fear of physical harm. Sarah sat beside me, putting an arm around my trembling shoulders. We need to call the police, she said, her voice firm. What would I tell them? A guy on a Tinder date knew about my cat and my bookshelf, and now I think he broke into my apartment, but I have no proof they would think I was crazy. Sarah, they would tell me to block him and change my locks. But he was threatening you. Not explicitly. It was all implied. The smile, the tone, the way he emphasized, your mittens. It was a psychological game. Sarah. He wanted me to know he knew, to feel this terror. We sat in silence for a few minutes. The only sound, the frantic thumping of my heart. The initial adrenaline rush was fading, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. Okay. Sarah finally said, "You are staying here tonight. For as long as you need to. We will figure this out. First thing tomorrow, we will go to your place, and we will check it out. Together, we will look for signs of forced entry, anything out of place." Her words were a comfort, a small anchor in my sea of panic. I tried to relax, but every creak of the floorboards, every distant car horn, sent a jolt of fear through me. Sleep was a distant, impossible concept. Hours later, sometime in the dead of night, I was still wide awake, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling of Sarah's guest room. The silence was oppressive, broken only by my own shallow breathing. I reached for my phone, needing a distraction, anything to pull me away from the endless loop of Mark's smiling face in my mind. That is when I saw it. A new message, not from Mark, but an unknown number. My stomach dropped. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen, a chilling premonition telling me not to open it. But I could not help myself. The morbid curiosity, the desperate need to know, was too strong. It was a picture of mittens. My mittens. She was curled up on my favorite armchair, fast asleep, a tiny perfect ball of orange fur. But that was not what made my blood run cold. It was the background, my living room, my stack of classic novels, and there, on the shelf next to them, was the wooden cat, the one Alex carved, the one Mark had described. Underneath the picture, a single word, cozy. I gasped, a small, choked sound that felt deafening in the quiet room. He was in my apartment, where he had been. He had taken this picture after I had left the cafe, while I was running, while I was telling Sarah everything. He had been there. He was still there. Or he had just left. The thought was unbearable. He had not just been in my apartment, he was still actively stalking me, sending me proof. My phone vibrated again. Another message, this one from Mark's actual number, the one from Tinder. Did mittens like her new friend. She seemed to enjoy the company. My breath hitched. New friend. He was not talking about the wooden cat. He was talking about himself. He had been there. With mittens, my sweet, trusting cat. The thought of him touching her, being in her space, felt like a violation. I woke Sarah up, shaking her shoulder with a frantic energy I did not know I possessed. He has been there. Sarah. He has been in my apartment. Look. I shoved my phone into her hands, pointing at the picture. Sarah's eyes widened as she scrolled through the messages. "Oh my God," she whispered, her face paling. "Okay, this changes everything. We have to call the police now. This is harassment, stalking, breaking and entering." But even as she said it, a chilling thought struck me. What if calling the police just escalated things? What if that is what he wanted? To draw me into a game, to prove he was always one step ahead? "No," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "We go there now, before he has a chance to do anything else. Before he takes mittens." That was the real fear. Mittens was my world. Sarah looked at me, doubt in her eyes. "Are you serious? That is insane. It could be dangerous. I can't leave her there. I can't. He knows she is important to me. That is why he sent the picture. He is using her." My determination hardened. I had to go. I had to get mittens. Against her better judgment. Sarah agreed. She grabbed a heavy cast iron skillet from her kitchen, a makeshift weapon. If he is there, we call the police immediately. We do not confront him. The drive back to my apartment felt like a scene from a horror movie. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every sound to amplify. The streetlights cast long, distorted figures, and I kept my eyes peeled, expecting to see Mark's car, or even Mark himself, lurking in the dark. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. We pulled into my complex, and I cut the engine, plunging us into silence. My apartment was on the second floor. All the lights were off. It looked normal. Too normal. "Okay," Sarah whispered, her voice tight. "We go in, we grab mittens, we check for anything obvious, and we get out. If you see anything suspicious, we run." We crept up the stairs, each step a creak that echoed too loudly in the stillness of the night. My hand trembled as I inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly. No signs of forced entry. He must have picked it, or had a copy. Alex had always been good with locks. A sickening thought. We pushed the door open slowly, the darkness inside, vast and unwelcoming. The air was still, heavy. No sound. No Mittens greeting us at the door, as she usually did. My stomach twisted. "Mittens," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Nothing." Sarah flicked on her phone flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. We moved slowly, methodically, through the living room. Everything looked the same. The couch, the coffee table, my stack of novels, and the wooden cat. Still on the shelf. "She is not here," I whispered, panic rising. "Check the bedroom," Sarah urged, her voice low. We moved into the bedroom. Again, everything seemed normal. The bed was made, the clothes were neatly folded, but Mittens was not there. My heart sank. He had taken her. He had actually taken her, just as despair threatened to overwhelm me. Sarah's flashlight beam landed on something on my pillow. A small, neatly folded piece of paper. My blood ran cold. I picked it up, my hand shaking. It was a note, written in a precise, almost elegant hand. It was not Mark's handwriting, at least not the quick scribbles I would seen him make. It was Alex's. My stomach lurched. "She is safe. Just needed a change of scenery. She misses her real home. Do not worry, you will see her soon. We all will. We all will." The words echoed in my mind, a chilling promise. "What does it say?" Sarah demanded, her eyes wide. I handed her the note, too numb to speak. As she read it, her face turned ashen. "He took her." I finally managed to say, the words a raw whisper. "He took Mittens." "This is beyond Tinder," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "This is Alex. This is him. He is back. And he is using Mark, or he is Mark. He is playing with you." The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Alex, my ex, the one who had terrorized me for months after our breakup, the one who had finally disappeared after a restraining order, he was back. And this time, he was even more insidious, hiding behind a new face, a new name, a new game. "We need to call the police," I repeated, my voice filled with a new, cold resolve. "And we tell them everything about Alex, about the restraining order, about this whole Tinder date charade." But as I said it, a new detail caught my eye. On my bedside table, next to the note, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was not something I owned. It was new, and it was exactly the kind of thing Alex used to carve. His signature, and it was watching me. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "he is still here." "What are you talking about?" she asked, looking around wildly. I pointed to the bird. That was not here before. He just left it. It was here, watching us. He is playing with us. Suddenly, a soft chime echoed through the apartment. My phone. Another message. From Mark. "Enjoying the tour. You missed a spot. Look under the bed." My blood ran cold. He was watching us. He was still in the apartment, or very, very close by. He had been sending messages as we walked through my own home. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a hidden camera, a shadow, anything. "He is here." I choked out, grabbing Sarah's arm. We have to go. Now, we stumbled out of the bedroom, adrenaline surging through me again. As we reached the living room, a faint scratching sound came from the kitchen. My heart leaped into my throat. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her grip tightening on the skillet. We froze, listening. The scratching came again. Faint, rhythmic. It is coming from the kitchen. I breathed. Slowly, carefully, we moved towards the kitchen. The light from Sarah's phone danced across the countertops. Everything looked normal, until I saw it. On the pristine white counter, there was a small, dark smear. And next to it, a single orange hair, mittens, hair. And then I saw the message, etched into the condensation on the window, clearly visible from the outside. 3 words. Watching you always. My gasp was cut short by the sound of the front door, which we had left slightly ajar, slowly clicking shut. The sound was deliberate, echoing through the now dark apartment. We were trapped. "He is here," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "He has locked us in." Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I lunged for the door, rattling the knob. It was locked from the outside. "He is playing a game," I whimpered, tears streaming down my face. "He wants us to know he is in control. There has to be another way out," Sarah said, her voice gaining a desperate edge. "The fire escape. My apartment was on the 2nd floor, with a small balcony off the living room that led to a rickety fire escape. It was our only chance." We ran back into the living room, fumbling for the lock on the balcony door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the latch. Just as the door creaked open, a deep, resonant chuckle filled the apartment. It was not Mark's light, menacing chuckle from the cafe. It was deeper, colder. It was Alex's laugh. "Going somewhere, ladies." We spun around. Standing in the darkened doorway of my bedroom, a silhouette against the faint light from the hall, was a figure. He was not Mark. The build was different, broader, more imposing, and even in the dim light, I could see the familiar, unsettling glint in his eyes. "Alex," I whispered, the name a curse on my lips. He stepped forward, and the light from Sarah's phone caught his face. It was Alex. Older, a little harder, but unmistakably him. And he was smiling, that same terrifying smile that had haunted my nightmares for years. "Surprise," he said, his voice a low purr that sent shivers down my spine. "Did you really think I would let you just walk away? After all this time, where's Mittens?" I demanded, my fear momentarily eclipsed by a surge of protectiveness for my cat. His smile widened. "Mittens is fine. She is with me. Safe and sound. She needed a real home, you see. A place where she is truly appreciated." "You sick bastard," Sarah screamed, raising the skillet. "Let us out." Alex just chuckled. A dark, chilling sound. Now, Sarah, no need for violence. We are just having a little reunion, are not we? It has been too long, and I have been watching you, darling. You have been so careless, so naive, giving out your number to strangers on Tinder. Such a shame." "Mark," I said, my voice trembling. "Who was Mark?" "Mark," Alex feigned surprise. "Oh. Mark, just a little distraction." A friendly face. An old acquaintance who owed me a favor, who was quite convincing, was not he. He enjoyed playing his part. Getting to know all your little habits, your preferences, your fears. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Mark was not just a minion. He was an actor, playing a role, gathering information, all for Alex. The date, the cafe, the subtle threats, it had all been a performance, meticulously orchestrated to break me down, to lure me back. "You are insane," I whispered. "Perhaps," he conceded, taking another step closer. but I am also persistent, and I always get what I want. And what I want, my dear, is you back where you belong. With me. Sarah swung the skillet, a desperate, wild arc aimed at his head. Alex moved with surprising speed, sidestepping the blow with practiced ease. The skillet clanged against the wall, leaving a dent. Feisty, as always, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. But futile. He lunged, not at Sarah, but past her, blocking the balcony door. Our only escape was gone. We were cornered. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not a game anymore. This was real, and Alex, my old tormentor, was back. And this time, he was not going to let me go. The nightmare was far from over. In fact, it had just truly begun. A different story comes in next. The cafe was exactly what Chloe had suggested. Busy enough to feel safe, quiet enough for conversation. Soft jazz trickled from hidden speakers. The scent of artisanal coffee and baked goods promising a fleeting sense of normalcy. I smoothed down my dress, my heart doing that familiar flutter and drop thing it had been doing ever since Alex's package arrived. This was it. The first date in, well, too long. My first real attempt to reclaim a piece of myself from the suffocating dread that had become my constant companion. Mark was already there, waving from a corner booth. He looked exactly like his photos. Kind eyes, a genuine smile that reached them, a slight wave in his dark hair. He stood as I approached. A gentleman. "Hey," he said, his voice warm, just like our messages. "Glad you made it." I managed a small smile back, feeling a tiny spark of something I had not felt in weeks. Hope. Dangerous, fragile hope. Would not miss it. Traffic was a nightmare. We settled into our seats, ordering lattes. The conversation flowed easily, just as it had online. We talked about books, about our favorite obscure authors, about the absurdity of reality TV. He listened, really listened, without pushing, without prying. It was a stark contrast to Alex, whose conversations always felt like interrogations, every question designed to peel back a layer of my privacy. Mark talked about his cat, a fluffy ginger tabby named Marmalade. "He's a nightmare sometimes." Mark chuckled, stirring his coffee. "But honestly, he is my best friend. Animals just have a way of grounding you, bringing comfort." His words resonated deep within me, touching on the very reason I clung so fiercely to Mittens. My real Mittens, the one with the notched ear. "I completely get that," I said, a genuine smile finally reaching my eyes. "My cat is everything to me. She has been through a lot with me." It was vague enough, a coded reference to Alex's shadow without revealing the full, terrifying truth. Mark nodded, his kind eyes meeting mine. "I figured as much. It is funny, your profile picture's a little blurry, but I could tell you were a cat person from your energy. I bet your cat, Mittens, is just as lovely as that little wooden one I saw, and that is when it happened. That is when the bottom dropped out of my world, and the fragile hope I would have been clinging to shattered into a million sharp, icy pieces. My blood ran cold. The cafe's gentle hum, the clinking of cups, the murmur of voices, it all faded into a distant, muffled roar. My heart, which had just moments ago been fluttering with nervous optimism, now hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird trying to escape. The little wooden one I saw, the words echoed in my head, a terrifying, impossible phrase. How could he possibly know about the wooden cat, the one Alex had sent? The one that had arrived days after I moved in, shattering my already fragile peace. The one that looked exactly like Mittens, ear notch and all. My mouth felt dry, my tongue thick. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. My gaze darted around the cafe, suddenly feeling exposed, vulnerable, like a deer caught in headlights. Mark was still smiling, his kind eyes unwavering. But now, that smile, those eyes, they seemed different. Less innocent, more knowing. The wooden one. I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. I forced a laugh, a desperate, pathetic attempt at normalcy. "What are you talking about?" I do not have a wooden cat. His smile did not falter, but a subtle shift in his eyes, a glint I had not noticed before, sent a shiver down my spine. Oh, really? My mistake, then. I must have seen it somewhere else, or perhaps misunderstood something you said in our messages. I just thought it was so intricately carved, so lifelike, and the ear notch, it was a really unique detail. The ear notch, the specific, intimate detail of my mittens, ear, a tiny tear from a long-forgotten kittenhood scuffle, the detail that had confirmed my worst fears when Alex's package arrived. He knew. Mark knew. My breath hitched. This was not a mistake. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. This was Alex, or someone working for Alex. The thought was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, twisting tighter with every passing second. I do not know what you mean, I repeated, my voice still trembling. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. I needed to get out. Now, but my legs felt like lead, my mind racing, trying to process the impossible. How did he know? Mark leaned back, still radiating that unnerving calm. No need to be alarmed, he said, his voice soothing, but it only made my skin crawl. It was just an observation. I have a good memory for details, especially when it comes to animals. I suppose I just put two and two together, assuming your cat was the inspiration for such a beautiful piece. He was good. Too good. He was trying to sound innocent, like it was a natural conclusion. But it was not. There was no way he could have seen that wooden cat. It was in my apartment. It was a secret, a terrifying secret shared only with Chloe, the police who had been useless, and Alex. My cat Mittens. She does not have an ear notch. I lied, weakly. It was a desperate, foolish attempt to deny the undeniable. Mark's smile widened, a flicker of something unsettling in his eyes. Oh, really? I could have sworn. The way the light hit it, it really looked like a tiny, almost imperceptible notch. But I suppose memories can be tricky, especially when you are just glancing at something. He took a slow sip of his latte, his gaze never leaving mine, a silent challenge. My mind screamed. He was not just guessing. He knew. He was toying with me. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming for me to run, to scream, to do anything but sit there, trapped across from this smiling stranger who knew my deepest, most terrifying secret. I need to go. I blurted out, pushing my chair back with a screech that drew a few curious glances from nearby tables. I fumbled for my purse, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the strap. Mark did not move. He just watched me, that unnerving smile still in place. All ready, but we just got our lattes, and I was really enjoying our conversation. I thought we had a connection. The word connection felt like a venomous snake coiling around my throat. I just remembered something important. An emergency? I really have to go. I stood up, my legs wobbly beneath me. Oh, an emergency? Mark asked, his voice still calm, almost amused. Is everything okay? You seem a little flustered. Is it about Mittens? My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He was pushing. He was enjoying this. The kindness had vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory glint. This was not Mark. This was a mask, and behind it was Alex, or something equally terrifying. I did not answer. I just turned and fled, weaving through the tables, my eyes fixed on the exit sign. I could feel his gaze on my back, burning into me. I did not dare look back. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cool autumn wind a shock against my flushed skin. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with panic, trying to call Chloe. Hey, how's the date going? Chloe's cheerful voice answered on the third ring. Is he as dreamy as his pictures? Chloe. I gasped, my voice raw with terror. He knows about the wooden cat. He knows about Mittens, ear notch. He said he saw it. A beat of stunned silence on the other end. Then, Chloe's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the noise of the street. "What? Are you serious? Where are you? Are you safe? I just ran out of the cafe. I am on the street. I do not know what to do. He is in there. He is still in there." I babbled, my eyes darting wildly, scanning the faces of passers-by, convinced that any one of them could be him, or someone sent by him. Okay, deep breaths. Chloe commanded, her voice firm. "Where's your car? Get to your car. Lock the doors. Do not go home. Come to my place. Do not go home." I spotted my car a few parking spots down, a beacon of temporary safety. "I see it. I am going now." I broke into a run, my heels clacking on the pavement. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I yanked the driver's side door open, practically throwing myself inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a frantic press of the button. My chest heaved. I leaned my head back against the seat, tears stinging my eyes. I am in the car. "Chloe, I am locked in." "Good. Now start the engine. Do not look back. Just drive straight here. Do not stop for anything." Her voice was a lifeline, pulling me back from the brink of a full-blown panic attack. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hands still trembling. The engine roared to life. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, and pulled out of the parking spot, my eyes glued to the rear-view mirror. And that is when I saw him. Mark, standing outside the cafe entrance, not looking distressed or confused, but simply watching. His hands were tucked into his pockets. His smile still there, that same unnerving, knowing smile. He lifted a hand, a slow, deliberate wave. It was not a friendly wave. It was a wave of triumph, a wave that said, "I gotcha. I found you." A scream caught in my throat. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, tearing out of the parking lot, leaving a trail of burning rubber. The world outside my car, windows blurred. All I could see was his face, that smile, that wave. It was Alex. It had to be. He had found me. He had used Tinder. He had created this elaborate facade just to get close, to confirm, to torment. The drive to Chloe's was a blur of terror. Every car that pulled up behind me, every shadow that flickered in my peripheral vision, felt like a threat. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see Mark's car, but there was nothing. Just the usual evening traffic. But the fear was a living thing inside me, clawing at my insides, whispering that he was there, he was everywhere. I pulled into Chloe's driveway, practically leaping out of the car before it had fully stopped. I pounded on her door, not even bothering with the doorbell. Chloe yanked it open, her face etched with worry. She pulled me inside, wrapping me in a tight hug. "Oh my God, what happened? Tell me everything," she said, her hands rubbing my back. I burst into tears. The dam finally breaking. He knew. Chloe. He knew about the wooden cat. He knew about the ear notch. He smiled. He just smiled. I recounted every detail. The casual way he would drop the bomb, his unnerving calm, the way he would watch me flee. Chloe listened, her face growing grimmer with every word. "This is beyond sick," she whispered, pulling me onto the couch. "He used Tinder. He created a whole fake persona. He stalked your profile, probably figured out your vague details, and then used that date to confirm everything." "But how did he see the wooden cat?" I cried, burying my face in my hands. "It is in my apartment. No one else has been in there except you." Chloe frowned, her brow furrowed in thought. "Unless he was in your apartment before you moved in, or no, that does not make sense. The package arrived after you moved in, and you opened it, and then you called me, so he could not have seen it then. Unless he has been watching my apartment," I said, the realization hitting me with a fresh wave of nausea. He sent the package. He knew my address. He could have been watching, seen me open it, seen me put it somewhere, or maybe he put a camera inside it. The thought was horrifying. A tiny camera hidden within the intricately carved wooden cat, watching my every move, watching me live in terror. The very thought made me want to throw up. Do not even think that, Chloe said, shaking her head. We need to call the police again. This time, we have proof. He showed up on a date. He revealed private information only Alex would know. This is stalking, clear and simple, but even as she said it, I knew it would be useless. The police had already dismissed my fears, told me there were no leads, no direct threats. How would they prove that Mark was Alex, or connected to Alex? He had not explicitly threatened me. He had just known and smiled. The next few days were a living hell. I barricaded myself at Chloe's, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected sound. My phone became an extension of my hand, but I was terrified to use it, terrified of who might call, who might be tracing my location. I kept reliving Mark's smile, his calm demeanor, the way he had waved. It felt like a mark, a brand, a promise of what was to come. Chloe tried to get me to eat, to sleep, to do anything resembling normal. But normalcy felt like a cruel joke. Alex had stolen it from me. He had taken my peace, my home, my sense of safety, and now, even my desperate attempt at a normal connection. We have to do something. I whispered to Chloe one evening, staring blankly at the TV. I can't live like this. I can't hide forever. Chloe sighed, running a hand through her hair. I know. But what? The police are useless. We can't prove this Mark guy is Alex, or even connected to him directly. He never threatened you, remember, just made some observations. The sarcasm in her voice was thick. The next morning, I woke up with a chilling thought. What if Mark was not Alex? What if Alex had sent him a third party, someone he hired, someone he manipulated, that would explain the kind eyes and genuine smile that had initially fooled me? Alex was a master manipulator, but he was not known for being genuinely kind. I got up, my body heavy with a nameless dread, and walked to the kitchen. Chloe was already there, making coffee. The morning news played softly on the TV. Just as I poured myself a cup, a breaking news alert flashed across the screen. Local authorities are investigating a suspicious incident at a popular downtown cafe. My blood ran cold again. I dropped the coffee cup, shattering it on the tile floor. Chloe stared at the TV, her face pale. The reporter continued. Police were called to the Daily Grind Cafe this morning after staff discovered an unusual item. Sources indicate the item is an intricately carved wooden cat, left on one of the tables. Further details are scarce, but police are asking anyone with information to come forward. The wooden cat, the one Alex sent, the one Mark had mentioned, he had left it there, at the cafe, where we had our date. My breath hitched. He had left it there for me, for the police to find. A message, a twisted, terrifying message. He knew I would see the news. He knew I would understand. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No. Chloe rushed to my side, her eyes wide with fear. He wants to be found, does not. He wants to send a message to you and to the police. He is taunting us. But it was more than that. The wooden cat was a symbol of his violation, of his intimate knowledge of my life, leaving it at the cafe where I had desperately tried to find a glimmer of hope, was a final, brutal crushing of that hope. It was a declaration. He was not just watching. He was not just stalking. He was playing a game, and I was the unwilling pawn. Later that day, the news updated. A clearer picture of the wooden cat flashed on the screen, and there it was, unmistakable, the tiny, perfect ear notch. My mittens. The police had started an investigation. They were looking for a man matching Mark's description, a man seen leaving the cafe late last night. They were calling it a person of interest. Chloe tried to reassure me. They are finally taking it seriously. They have a lead now. They will find him. But I just stared at the news report, a chilling certainty settling in my bones. Mark was gone. Alex was too clever for that. He had used Mark as a proxy, a disposable face. He had left the wooden cat as his calling card, a twisted signature. He wanted me to know he was still out there, still watching, still playing. The nightmare had not ended. It had just begun a new, more terrifying chapter. The game was on, and I was trapped in it, a pawn in a stalker's twisted fantasy, with no idea where the next move would come from, or what fresh horror it would bring. Every shadow seemed to hold his gaze, every phone call a potential trap. I was no longer just afraid I was hunted, and the hunt, I knew, was far from over. Let us step into the next part. The small package arrived at Chloe's apartment 3 days after I had moved in. It was a nondescript brown box, taped shut with industrial precision, addressed to me in neat, almost elegant script. My heart had already started to pound the moment I saw my name. Chloe, bless her heart, tried to make light of it, suggesting it was probably a late birthday gift from my aunt or something equally mundane. But the dread that had been a constant companion since Alex first invaded my home, since I found Rebecca on my coffee table, since mittens trembled under my bed, told me otherwise. I tore into the tape with trembling fingers, the cardboard groaning under my assault. Inside, nestled on a bed of crinkled tissue paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden cat. My breath hitched in my throat. It was Mittens. Every detail was perfect. The delicate curve of her tail, the way her ears perked just so, even the distinctive notch in her left ear, a memento from a forgotten kittenhood skirmish. It was so lifelike, so intimate, that it felt like a violation. Underneath the cat was a card, the same neat script. My eyes scanned the words, and my blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. Just wanted to make sure Mittens was okay. She seemed a little stressed the other day. Hope you are. The sentence cut off mid-word, leaving a terrifying void that my mind instantly filled with 1,000 sinister possibilities. Chloe saw my face, saw the color drain from it, and she snatched the card from my hand. Her eyes widened as she read it, then darted to the wooden cat. Then, back to me. "Oh my God. Sarah," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "He found you. He knows you are here." The temporary reprieve I would found at Chloe's vanished like smoke. The paranoia, which had been a low hum, roared into a deafening siren. We called the police again. They took notes, looked at the package, the card, the wooden cat. They said they would look into it, but their faces told me they did not have much to go on. No fingerprints, no return address, just another chilling message from a ghost. They advised us to be careful, to keep the doors locked, to report anything else. It felt useless. Alex was not just a threat. He was a shadow, a presence that slipped through cracks, that knew things no one should. The next few days were a blur of jumpiness and fear. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every unfamiliar car passing by Chloe's window sent a jolt of pure terror through me. Mittens, bless her little heart, seemed to pick up on my anxiety. She would follow me from room to room, occasionally rubbing against my leg, a tiny purr vibrating through her small body, as if trying to soothe me. But even her comfort felt tainted by the knowledge that Alex knew she existed, knew her specific ear notch. Chloe, ever the pragmatist, tried to get me to normalize things. "You can't let him win." "Sarah," she would say, her voice firm, though I could see the worry in her eyes, "you can't just hide forever. We need to live our lives." One evening, about a week after the package arrived, Chloe was scrolling through her phone. "Hey, she began, not looking up, "maybe it would be good for you to, get out a little, distract yourself." I scoffed, my grip tightening on the mug of tea I was holding. Distract myself? Chloe, I am practically living in a witness protection program. How am I supposed to get out? She finally looked at me, a hopeful glint in her eyes. "Well, what about Tinder? You used to love swiping through it for fun. No pressure, just a little harmless distraction. You do not even have to meet anyone. Just see what is out there. The idea was absurd, terrifying. Even the thought of putting myself out there, of being vulnerable to a stranger, felt like an open invitation for Alex, but a tiny, desperate part of me, starved for any semblance of normalcy, any escape from the suffocating fear, latched onto it. I do not know. Chloe, I mumbled, but I was already considering it. Come on, she coaxed, sensing my hesitation. Just make a profile. No real pictures, just something vague. See what happens. It is not like you have to meet anyone. Against my better judgment, I downloaded the app again. I used an old, slightly blurry photo of myself from a few years ago, one where my hair was pulled back, and my face was mostly obscured by sunglasses. My bio was intentionally vague, just looking for good conversation, and maybe a laugh. I did not want to attract anyone serious, just a fleeting distraction. I started swiping, feeling a strange mix of guilt and morbid curiosity. Most of the profiles were forgettable, a sea of gym selfies and bland bios. Then, I saw him. His name was Mark. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and a bio that spoke of a love for old books, indie films, and quiet evenings. He seemed normal. Safe. He did not have the aggressive swagger of so many other profiles. He looked like someone who would understand a little bit of quiet. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Hey, Sarah, his message popped up almost immediately. Great profile. Love a good conversation too. What kind of books are you into? His message was simple, direct, and non-threatening. We started talking. He was easy to converse with, intelligent, and surprisingly perceptive. He asked about my day, listened intently when I vaguely complained about stress without giving details, and offered thoughtful advice. He seemed to genuinely care, and in my fragile state, that felt incredibly comforting. He never pushed for details, never made me feel uncomfortable. He just listened. He even mentioned casually that he had a cat, a fluffy orange tabby. He shared a picture, and it was adorable. He talked about how much comfort his cat brought him, how animals just know when you need them. His words resonated with me, making me feel a connection I had not expected. It was a shared understanding of the quiet comfort a pet could bring. After a few days of constant messaging, he suggested we meet for coffee. No pressure at all, he wrote. Just thought it would be nice to talk in person. Completely understand if you are not ready. My stomach fluttered with anxiety, but also a strange sense of hope. He seemed so genuine, so understanding. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. A distraction. A brief return to normalcy. A reminder that not everyone was a lurking threat. I told Chloe about it, carefully omitting the more specific details of our conversations. She was cautiously optimistic. Public place. Sarah. No. Exceptions. And text me when you get there, and when you leave. And if anything feels off, you call me immediately. I chose a bustling coffee shop downtown, a place always filled with people, bright lights, and the comforting hum of conversation. It felt safe. I dressed casually, trying to look approachable but not overly made up. My heart hammered a nervous rhythm against my ribs as I walked into the coffee shop, scanning the faces. He said he would be wearing a dark blue jacket. I spotted a man in a dark blue jacket, sitting at a small table near the window, his back mostly to me. He had dark hair, neatly trimmed, and a broad set of shoulders. He looked up as I approached, and my world tilted on its axis. The man smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. And that is when I knew. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins, turning my limbs to lead. The air rushed out of my lungs, leaving me breathless and dizzy. It was not Mark. It was Alex. He looked exactly like the picture on Tinder, yet subtly different enough that I had not made the connection until now. Maybe the lighting in the photo was bad, or maybe my desperation for normalcy had blinded me. But there was no mistaking the chilling familiarity of his gaze, the way his eyes seemed to pierce right through me. Sarah, he said, his voice a low, smooth rumble, utterly devoid of the warmth I would heard in our messages. It was the same voice that had echoed, "You have no idea how long I have waited for this." His smile widened, revealing perfectly straight, white teeth. "You made it." I was starting to worry. I could not move. My feet felt glued to the floor. The bustling coffee shop, which moments ago had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a spotlight, exposing me, vulnerable and trapped. My mind screamed, "Run," but my body refused to obey. "Do not just stand there," Alex said, gesturing to the empty chair opposite him. "Come, sit. We have a lot to talk about." Somehow, I managed to stumble forward, my legs feeling like jelly, and sank into the chair. My purse, clutched in my trembling hand, felt like a useless weight. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the words were lodged somewhere deep in my throat, strangled by pure, unadulterated terror. "You look surprised," Alex observed, his eyes twinkling with a dark amusement. He picked up his coffee cup, taking a slow, deliberate sip. "Did you really think I would not find you? Did you really think you could hide from me? Sarah, how did you—" I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, Sarah, you underestimate me. Or perhaps you overestimate your ability to disappear. It was not hard. You are predictable in the most charming way. You gravitate towards comfort, towards familiarity, and you are so easy to manipulate when you are feeling vulnerable." He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table, his gaze never leaving mine. "Your little Tinder profile, so vague, so guarded. But I know you, Sarah. I know what you like, what you look for. I crafted that profile for you. Every word, every preference. I knew you would swipe right. I knew you would fall for Mark." My stomach churned. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He had not just found my profile, he had created the bait. He had groomed me meticulously, expertly, playing on my fears and my desperate need for a kind voice. "You are sick," I whispered, my voice laced with disgust. His smile did not waver. Perhaps I am just determined. "You see, Sarah, I have always wanted you, and now you are here, sitting across from me, exactly where you are meant to be." I looked around frantically. People were laughing, chatting, sipping their coffee, completely oblivious to the horror unfolding at our table. They saw a man and a woman on a date, not a predator, and his prey. "I need to go," I said, trying to push myself up. Alex's hand shot out, not touching me but slamming softly on the table, just inches from my hand. The sound was sharp, drawing a momentary glance from a woman at a nearby table, who then returned to her phone. "Not yet," he said, his voice hardening, losing its smooth charm. "We have not even had our coffee. I ordered you a latte, just the way you like it. Extra foam, no sugar." My blood ran cold again. He knew my coffee order. Of course he did. He knew everything. "I am not staying." I insisted, my heart racing, adrenaline finally kicking in. I tried to stand again, but he leaned back, blocking my path, his body language subtly, but effectively creating a barrier. "You know, Chloe's apartment is quite lovely," he said, his voice casual, as if discussing the weather. "Cozy, a little small for 2 people and a cat, but charming nonetheless, and Mittens seems to be settling in well, though she did look a little scared when I visited the other night." My breath hitched. "You were there," he smiled, a chilling, triumphant glint in his eyes. "Of course. Had to make sure you were safe, and that the little wooden Mittens arrived, okay? Such a cute detail. Her ear notch is not it. I spent hours carving it. The world spun around me. He had been to Chloe's. He had been inside Chloe's apartment while I was sleeping, while Chloe was sleeping. The thought made me want to vomit. "Do not worry," he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Chloe was fast asleep, and Mittens, well, she just watched me. Smart cat. Knows not to make a fuss. Panic seized me, a raw, primal scream trapped in my chest. He had seen Chloe, seen Mittens, seen me in what I thought was safety. There was no escape. He was everywhere. You need to leave me alone. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. Please. I will go to the police. I will tell them everything. He laughed. A genuine, mirthless laugh that grated on my nerves. And what will you tell them? Sarah, that your Tinder date turned out to be your harmless admirer, that he sent you a package, that he visited your friend's apartment to make sure you were okay. They will just tell you to block my number. Again, he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper that cut through the coffee shop's ambient noise. Or perhaps they will think you are having another one of your little emotional breakdowns. You do have a history of those, do not you? A bit unstable. Would not you say? His words were a carefully placed knife, twisting into my deepest fears. He knew about my past anxiety attacks, the times I would struggled. He had done his research, not just on my preferences, but on my vulnerabilities. I know what you are doing, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. You are trying to scare me. Am I? He asked, his eyes wide and innocent. Or am I just trying to spend some quality time with the woman I care about? A woman who, by the way, swiped right on me. Who messaged me for days. Who agreed to meet me here. You can't blame me for taking advantage of an opportunity, can you? He reached across the table, his hand slowly moving towards mine. I flinched back instinctively, knocking my water glass over. It clattered loudly, splashing water across the table and onto Alex's sleeve. For a split second, his calm facade cracked. His eyes flashed with something cold and dangerous. Sarah, he said, his voice low and tight. That was careless. That moment of anger, that brief glimpse of the monster beneath the charming exterior, was all I needed. It broke through my paralysis. He was not just playing a game. It was dangerous. I had to get out. Help! I screamed, a raw, desperate sound that finally tore free from my throat. Someone, please. This man is a stalker. He reacted instantly. His hand shot out, not to silence me, but to grab the attention of a passing barista. I am so sorry, he said, his voice suddenly filled with an almost believable concern. My girlfriend, she is having a bit of an episode. She gets like this sometimes. Very sensitive. She just needs some air. The barista, a young woman with kind eyes, looked from my terrified face to Alex's calm, apologetic one. She hesitated, unsure. Please, I cried. Trying to scramble out of the chair, he is not my boyfriend. He is stalking me. Alex stood up, moving quickly to my side. He put a hand gently on my shoulder, his touch making my skin crawl. Come on, darling, he said, his voice laced with a practiced tenderness that made my stomach turn. Let us just step outside for a moment. You will feel better. He tried to guide me, his grip firm but not overtly forceful. To anyone watching, it looked like a concerned boyfriend trying to calm his distressed partner. The barista, looking uncomfortable, just nodded vaguely and went to get a cloth for the spilled water. No one else intervened. I twisted away from him, my heart hammering like a drum against my ribs. I saw the exit sign, a beacon of hope, and I bolted. I did not care about my purse, about my phone. I just ran. I pushed past people, knocking into a man carrying a tray of drinks, sending cups clattering to the floor. I heard a shout of surprise, but I did not stop. I burst out of the coffee shop doors and into the chaotic street, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I ran without looking back, weaving through pedestrians, ignoring their confused stares. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away from him. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. He had played me, found me, and cornered me. I finally collapsed against the cold brick wall of an alleyway, my body shaking uncontrollably. I could still feel his eyes on me, even though I knew he was not there. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called Chloe. "Sarah, what is wrong? You sound terrified." Her voice was sharp with concern. It was him. "Chloe." I choked out, tears streaming down my face. It was Alex. He was my Tinder date. He found me. He knows where you live. He said he was inside your apartment. He knows about Mittens. He knows everything. Chloe gasped, a sharp, disbelieving sound. "Oh my God." "Sarah, are you okay?" "Where are you?" "I am coming to get you." She gave me directions to a nearby intersection, her voice calm and steady, despite her obvious shock. I waited, shivering, clutching my phone, every shadow a potential threat, every passing car a potential Alex. When Chloe finally pulled up, I practically dove into her car, locking the door behind me with trembling hands. She put an arm around me, holding me tight as I sobbed, recounting the horrifying details of the date. He said he was inside our apartment. "Chloe," I repeated, my voice hoarse. "He saw you sleeping. He saw Mittens. He carved that cat after he was there." Chloe's face was pale, her jaw tight. "We are going to the police again." "Sarah, this time we have more. This time they have to listen." But even as she said it, a cold dread settled over me. What could they do? He was too smart, too careful. He played the part of the concerned boyfriend, the harmless admirer. He twisted everything. We drove back to Chloe's in silence, the weight of Alex's omnipresence pressing down on us, every car that followed too closely, every shadow that flickered in our peripheral vision sent a fresh wave of terror through me. When we finally got back to Chloe's apartment, we checked every lock, every window. We moved furniture against the door, a futile attempt at creating a barrier against a man who seemed to defy all logic. Mittens, sensing our distress, curled up tightly between us on the couch, purring softly, a tiny island of warmth in a sea of fear. Later that night, long after Chloe had fallen into a fitful sleep, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The chilling words from the card echoed in my mind. "Hope you are." A notification buzzed on my phone. It was an anonymous message from an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I hesitated, then opened it, my finger trembling. It was a picture of me, asleep on Chloe's couch, Mittens curled up on my chest. The picture had been taken from inside the apartment, from the doorway of the living room. It was recent, very recent, and beneath the picture, in neat, elegant script, were the words that completed the unfinished sentence from the card. "Hope you are comfortable." Because I am always watching. The screen went dark, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that Alex was still out there, and he was closer than ever. Let us go forward to the next story. The cafe's gentle hum had morphed into a distant, roaring surf in my ears, a sound that threatened to swallow me whole. My blood was not just cold, it felt like ice water coursing through my veins. Each beat of my heart a painful, frantic thud against my ribs. Mark, still smiling, oblivious, or perhaps perfectly aware of the terror he would unleash, waited for my response. His eyes, which had seemed so kind moments ago, now held a glint. I could not quite decipher a spark of amusement, a flicker of something predatory. "The wooden cat," I croaked, the words barely escaping my throat. My voice sounded alien, thin, and reedy, like a child's. I tried to force a laugh, a light, dismissive sound that would convey, oh, what a silly coincidence. But it came out as a strangled, pathetic gasp, a raw sound of pure fear. Mark's smile did not falter. It was a fixed, unnerving thing now, like a mask. "Yes, that is the one," he said, his voice still warm, still conversational, a horrifying contrast to the icy dread, seizing me. Such intricate carving. The fur texture, the way the eyes seemed to follow you. And that little notch in its ear, very distinctive, it really caught my eye. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering the fragile peace I would have been trying to build. The ear notch, my mittens, unique scar, the one Alex had replicated with chilling precision on that wooden effigy, a cruel reminder that he was always watching, always near. This was not a mistake. This was not a trick of memory. This was deliberate. This was Alex, or someone working for him. My mind screamed, every nerve ending demanding I flee, to run, to disappear, but my legs felt like they were encased in lead, rooted to the spot. I do not know what you are talking about. I managed, my voice trembling. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. The ceramic mug of cooling latte felt like a foreign object in my trembling hand. I do not have a wooden cat. You must be mistaken. Mark chuckled softly, a sound that was supposed to be reassuring but instead prickled my skin with goosebumps. "Oh, come on," he said, a playful tone in his voice, as if we were discussing a funny anecdote. "Do not tell me you forgot about it already. It was right there, on your bookshelf, next to that stack of classic novels. Dark wood, about 6 inches tall, a ginger tabby, just like your mittens, but carved." He even made a little gesture with his hands, outlining the size. My breath hitched. My bookshelf, the stack of classic novels, he knew. He had not just seen it, he had been inside my apartment. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The cafe, the people, the gentle clatter of cutlery. It all became a blurred, meaningless backdrop to the horror unfolding at my table. My vision narrowed, focusing only on Mark's face, his unnervingly calm, smiling face. That is impossible," I whispered, my voice barely audible. My mind raced, frantically trying to find an explanation, any explanation that did not involve this man, this seemingly kind man, being a monster. Had he broken in? Was he Alex? Alex often wore disguises, used different names, but Mark looked nothing like Alex. Alex was taller, leaner, with a cruel glint in his eyes that Mark's soft gaze had initially lacked. But now that softness seemed like a veneer, a thin, transparent layer over something truly sinister. "Impossible." Mark raised an eyebrow, his smile widening just a fraction. "Why would it be impossible? I was just making an observation. It is a beautiful piece, really very unique." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense, unwavering. "So, you are saying you do not have it. You do not own a little wooden cat that looks exactly like your mittens, with a notched ear." The way he emphasized your mittens sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. He was not just talking about a cat. He was talking about my cat. My real cat, Mittens, the one I would rescued from the streets, the one who'd been my only comfort during the months of Alex's terrifying obsession. "I really need to go," I blurted out, pushing my chair back with a screech that made a few heads turn. The sound was jarring, a desperate cry for attention in a room full of oblivious strangers. I fumbled for my purse, my fingers numb. Mark did not try to stop me. He simply watched, his smile still in place. A silent, chilling acknowledgement of my panic. "Oh, already," he said, his tone still light, almost disappointed. "We were just getting to the good part. I was just about to ask you where you got such a unique piece." I did not answer. I could not. My legs, though still wobbly, finally responded. I stood up, nearly knocking over my chair. I am not feeling well," I stammered, pulling out a crumpled $20 bill and throwing it onto the table. "Something just hit me. Are you sure you are all right?" Mark asked, his voice laced with faint concern. He stood up too, a polite gesture that felt utterly menacing. "You look a little pale. Can I walk you home? Or call you a cab?" The thought of him walking me home, of him knowing exactly where I lived, of him already knowing where I lived, sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. "No," I said, too sharply. "No." I will call one. I just need some air. I practically ran out of the cafe, not daring to look back. The cold evening air hit my face, a welcome shock after the suffocating warmth inside. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. I needed a taxi right now. I needed to get away, to disappear, but where everywhere felt unsafe. As I waited on the curb, hugging myself, I risked a quick glance back at the cafe window. Mark was still standing there, just inside the door, his silhouette framed by the warm glow of the interior. He was not looking at me, not directly. He was looking at the street, as if waiting for someone. But I could feel his gaze, a phantom weight on my back, burning into my skin. He knew everything. The taxi arrived, a beacon of yellow hope in the encroaching darkness. I practically dove into the back seat, slamming the door shut. "Just drive," I gasped to the driver, my voice still ragged. "Anywhere, just away from here." The driver, a stoic man with a thick mustache, gave me a strange look in the rearview mirror, but mercifully did not ask questions. "Where to, miss?" he asked, his voice flat. "My apartment." I finally managed, giving him the address. It felt like admitting defeat, like leading a lamb to slaughter. But where else could I go? My home, my sanctuary, was now compromised. The ride home was a blur of flashing streetlights and swirling paranoia. Every car that passed, every shadow that danced in my peripheral vision made me jump. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Mark's car following us, his fixed smile reflected in the glass. The thought that he might already be at my apartment, waiting, made my stomach clench. When the taxi pulled up to my building, I paid the driver quickly, barely making eye contact. The familiar facade of my apartment building, usually a comforting sight, now loomed like a haunted house. I took a deep, shaky breath and forced myself to get out. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still trembling. The lock clicked, a loud, definitive sound in the silent hallway. I pushed the door open, my heart hammering against my ribs, expecting to see him there, waiting. But the apartment was dark, silent, and seemingly empty. Mittens, my real cat, was nowhere in sight. I flicked on the lights, bathing the living room in a harsh, unforgiving glow. My eyes immediately darted to the bookshelf, to the exact spot Mark had described. And there it was, the wooden cat, dark, polished wood, about 6 inches tall. A ginger tabby, just like Mittens. The intricate carving, the lifelike detail, the ear notch my Mittens, unique scar. It sat there, innocent and menacing all at once, a silent testament to the invasion of my privacy, the shattering of my peace. I walked slowly towards it, as if approaching a venomous snake. My hand hovered over the small statue, but I could not bring myself to touch it. It felt tainted, imbued with a sinister energy. It was a trophy, a message, a declaration of war. "Mittens," I called out, my voice still hoarse. A moment later, my ginger tabby emerged from under the sofa, stretching languidly before rubbing against my legs, purring. I bent down, burying my face in her soft fur, drawing comfort from her warmth and her familiar scent. She was real. She was here. But even her presence could not entirely dispel the cold dread that had settled in my bones. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of hypervigilance. I double-checked all the locks, peered through the peephole every few minutes, and drew all the curtains tight. I tried to call my best friend, Sarah, but she did not answer. It was late, I knew, but I desperately needed to hear a friendly voice, to tell someone, anyone, about the nightmare that had just unfolded. But then, what would I say? My date knows about a wooden cat Alex sent me, and he knew it was on my bookshelf. It sounded insane. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Maybe Mark had seen it when he had been to a mutual friend's house. No. I would moved recently, and very few people knew my new address. and the wooden cat had only been sent to me directly to this apartment after I would move. It was a specific, targeted message from Alex, a reminder that he still knew where I was. There was no way Mark could have seen it unless he had been inside my apartment. I lay in bed, Mittens curled up beside me, her soft purr a small comfort in the overwhelming silence. Sleep would not come. Every creak of the building, every distant siren sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept replaying the conversation in my head. Mark's calm, smiling face, his precise description of the wooden cat. It was not just a random guess, it was a detailed recounting. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, making me jump. I snatched it up, my heart pounding. It was a text message from an unknown number, my breath caught in my throat. I hesitated, then slowly opened it. The message was short, chillingly simple. Hope you got home safe. You seemed a little off. Maybe we can try again sometime. I would love to hear more about your real Mittens. She sounds just as lovely as her wooden counterpart. It was from Mark. How did he get my number if I did not give it to him? I would only matched with him on Tinder, where numbers are usually exchanged later. My stomach lurched. He must have pulled it from my profile, or from somewhere else. The casual tone, the feigned concern, the deliberate mention of real Mittens and wooden counterpart, it was all a game. A cruel, terrifying game. I blocked his number instantly, my fingers flying across the screen. But blocking him would not stop him. Alex had always found a way. This was just the beginning. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I barely left my apartment, venturing out only for necessities, always looking over my shoulder, always checking my rearview mirror. Every unfamiliar car, every person who lingered a little too long, became a potential threat. My once safe home felt like a glass cage, every window a potential viewport for unseen eyes. Mittens, usually a calm and affectionate cat, also seemed unsettled. She would stare intently at empty corners, her ears swiveling, her tail twitching. Sometimes she would let out a low, guttural growl at nothing, sending shivers down my spine. Was she sensing something I could not? Animals had a way of knowing, did not they? One morning, as I was making coffee, I noticed something odd. The small, decorative magnet on my fridge, a souvenir from a trip, was slightly askew. I was meticulous about things like that. I always put it back in the exact same spot. It was a tiny detail, easily dismissed as my own forgetfulness, but my heightened state of anxiety would not let me. I checked the other magnets. A few more were slightly out of place. Had someone been in here again, or was I just losing my mind? I walked through the apartment, my heart thumping. I checked the windows, the doors. Everything seemed locked, undisturbed. But the feeling of being watched, of my space being violated, was overwhelming. I looked at the wooden cat on the bookshelf. It seemed to stare back, its carved eyes holding a silent, knowing smirk. Later that day, while scrolling through my social media, I saw it. A new follower request on Instagram. The profile picture was a blurry photo of a ginger tabby. The username was MarmaladeLover67. Marmalade? Mark's cat. My blood ran cold again. He was not just trying to contact me, he was playing with me, using details from our conversation, from his own life, to taunt me. He was telling me he was still there, still watching. I immediately blocked the account. This was not just a creepy date anymore. This was full-blown stalking. A continuation of the nightmare I thought I would escaped when I left Alex. Was Mark working with Alex? Or had Alex somehow passed the torch? Or even trained Mark? The thought made my stomach churn. Alex was a master manipulator, a puppeteer. It would not be out of character for him to find a new pawn. I decided I could not live like this. I needed to act. I needed proof. I could not keep feeling like a trapped animal. I decided to install a small, discreet security camera. Maybe that would catch something. Maybe it would give me the evidence I needed to go to the police, to finally make them believe me. They had not taken Alex seriously enough the first time, dismissing it as a relationship dispute. This time, it felt different. More insidious. I ordered a discreet camera online, opting for one that looked like a USB charger. It arrived 2 days later. As I was setting it up in my living room, aiming it at the front door and the bookshelf where the wooden cat sat, I noticed something else, something even more unsettling. Tucked beneath the base of the wooden cat, almost invisible against the dark wood of the shelf, was a tiny, folded piece of paper. My hand started to shake again. I carefully picked up the wooden cat, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth wood. The paper was so small, no bigger than a postage stamp. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. It was a miniature drawing, a crude, childlike sketch of a cat, a ginger tabby with a clear, unmistakable notch in its ear. And beneath the drawing, in tiny, precise handwriting, were 2 words missing you. My breath hitched. This was not Alex's handwriting. Alex's script was angular, almost aggressive. This was softer, almost delicate. It was Mark's. I recognized the slight loop in the full Y, the way the C-G curved. He had not just seen the cat. He had touched it. He had left a message. He had been in my apartment after I had been home that night, or even while I was gone for those few days. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and deeper than anything before. He was inside. He had been inside. He was playing with me. He was telling me he could come and go as he pleased. I dropped the paper as if it were burning me. My eyes darted around the room, searching for hidden cameras, for any sign of his presence. Had he been here moments ago? Was he here now? Mittens, sensing my distress, let out a low growl, her fur bristling. She stared intently at the closed living room window, her tail lashing back and forth. I crept towards the window, my heart pounding. I slowly pulled back the curtain, my breath catching in my throat. There, across the street, sitting in a parked car, was Mark. His face was turned towards my apartment, his eyes fixed on my window. Even from this distance, I could see the glint in his eyes, the faint, unnerving curve of his smile. He raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Not a wave, but a gesture, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement of his fingers, as if he were acknowledging my discovery of the note. He knew I was looking. He had been waiting for me to find it. He was watching me. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. This was not just a game. It was a psychological torture, a slow, calculated unraveling of my sanity. He was not just a stalker. He was a predator, relishing in my fear. I stumbled back from the window, my legs giving out, collapsing onto the floor. Mittens immediately jumped into my lap, purring frantically, trying to comfort me. But there was no comfort to be found. The cafe, the date, the wooden cat, the texts, the note, and now Mark, sitting across the street, watching. It all clicked into place. A horrifying mosaic of obsession. I was trapped. Again, the nightmare was not over. It had just found a new face, a new smile, and a new, more insidious way to haunt me. I did not know if I was strong enough to fight this new monster. All I knew was that the gentle hum of normalcy was gone, replaced by the suffocating silence of terror and the chilling knowledge that he was always watching. Let us continue the journey with another story. Moving to a new city can be lonely, and that is exactly why I found myself swiping on Tinder one Tuesday night. I matched with Ethan, who seemed normal enough, but by the time we were halfway through our first coffee, a cold knot of dread had already begun to form in my stomach. He knew things about me that a stranger should not. I remember that day so clearly, even now, the kind of day where the sun was out, but the air still had that biting chill that promised winter was just around the corner. I would been in Portland for about 3 months. Having moved from a small town in Ohio for a new job, everything felt big and isolating. My apartment, a small one-bedroom in an old brick building downtown, often felt less like a sanctuary and more like a cage. Loneliness, man, it makes you do weird things, like think a stranger on the internet might be the answer answer to your lack of social life. Ethan's profile was pretty standard mid-30s. Decent looking, a few pictures of him hiking, one with a dog, always a good sign, right? His bio was witty, talked about loving craft beer and exploring the city. He seemed like a safe bet, someone to grab a drink with, maybe share a laugh. We chatted for a few days, mostly surface level stuff. What brought me to Portland, how I liked the food scene. He suggested a coffee date at a popular spot a few blocks from my office. It seemed casual. Exactly what I needed. I arrived a few minutes early, nursing a lukewarm latte and scrolling through my phone, trying to calm the usual first date jitters. Then I looked up, and there he was, walking through the door. Taller than his picture suggested, with a neatly trimmed beard and eyes that were intense. A little too intense, maybe, even from across the room. But I brushed it off. Nerves. Right. Everyone looks a little different in person. He smiled, a wide, friendly grin, and walked over. Alex. Hey. I am Ethan. Good to finally meet you. His voice was smooth, a little deeper than I expected. We shook hands, and his grip was firm, almost a little too long, but again, I told myself to relax. We talked for a while, just small talk, the weather, the coffee, how busy the cafe was. He asked about my job, and I told him I worked in marketing for a tech startup. He listened, nodded, his eyes fixed on mine. It was a little unnerving, that unwavering gaze, but I tried to interpret it as genuine interest. Maybe he was just a good listener. Then it started. So, you are still getting used to the city, huh? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Yeah, definitely, I replied. Still figuring out the best routes, avoiding traffic. My commute from the Hawthorne district is usually pretty smooth, though. He chuckled. A low sound. Hawthorne, right? I figured, I have seen you around that area. My smile faltered. Oh, really? I do not think I have seen you. He shrugged, a casual gesture that did not quite match the unsettling feeling that was starting to bubble in my gut. It is a big city, but you stand out. You have this bright yellow raincoat. Hard to miss. My heart skipped a beat. The bright yellow raincoat. I would only bought it last week. I would worn it maybe 3 times, always on my walk to the bus stop, a few blocks from my apartment. It was not a particularly common style, and it was certainly eye-catching. But for him to know about it, and to have seen me in it, yeah, it is new. I managed, trying to keep my voice even, trying to embrace the Portland rain. He just smiled, that same unwavering gaze. It suits you. Really brightens up the gray days. The conversation shifted, but I could not shake it. My mind raced. Had he just seen me by chance? Was it a coincidence? Or was he watching me? The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine, despite the warm coffee in my hands. Then he did it again. We were talking about my apartment search when I first moved. I looked at a few places before settling on mine. I said, it is a little older, but it has character, and a great view of that old clock tower downtown. Ethan nodded slowly. The one with the gargoyles. I know that building. Top floor, right? Corner unit, facing east. My blood ran cold. My apartment was indeed on the top floor, a corner unit, and it faced east, with a direct line of sight to the very distinctive clock tower he mentioned. But I had not told him any of that. Not in my profile, not in our chats, not even in our current conversation. My breath hitched. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He blinked, a slow, deliberate blink. Oh, I have a friend who used to live in that building. He described it to me once. Sounded familiar. He gave a weak, dismissive wave of his hand. It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. The way his eyes darted away for a fraction of a second, the sudden defensiveness in his tone, the pieces clicked into place, forming a terrifying picture in my mind. He had not just seen me in my raincoat. He had not just had a friend in my building, he knew these details because he had found them. Because he had been looking. My stomach dropped, a heavy, sickening lurch. The cafe, which moments ago had felt warm and bustling, suddenly felt suffocating. Every laugh, every clink of a mug, sounded amplified, mocking. I looked around, feeling exposed, vulnerable. Was he watching me right now? Had he been watching me before this date? How long? I forced a smile, a shaky, brittle thing. Well, what a coincidence. Small world, huh? He smiled back, but his eyes did not quite reach it. They held a strange, knowing glint. Yeah, small world. The rest of the date was a blur of polite, terrified conversation. I kept glancing at the door, at the windows, feeling an overwhelming urge to bolt. I made an excuse about an early meeting tomorrow, cut the date short. It was really nice to meet you. Ethan, I said, standing up a little too quickly. But I should really get going. He stood too, blocking my path slightly. Already, I was hoping we could grab dinner sometime this week. Maybe that new Italian place you mentioned you wanted to try. The one on Cé de Vision, just a few blocks from your work. Another detail. I had casually mentioned that restaurant in a text, but only that I would heard about it. Not that it was near my work. Not that I wanted to try it with him. He was piecing together everything I said, everything I inadvertently revealed, and using it against me. I am really busy this week. I stammered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Work's crazy. I will text you. He stepped aside, a slow smile spreading across his face. Okay. Alex, I will be looking forward to it. The way he said, looking forward to it, sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It was not a casual phrase. It was a promise. A threat. I practically ran out of the cafe, not even bothering with a polite goodbye. The cold air outside hit me like a shock, but it did little to clear the terror fogging my mind. I fumbled for my phone, pulling up a rideshare app, my fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I did not want to walk, did not want to take the bus. I just wanted to be home, safe behind a locked door. As I waited for the car, I could not help but glance back at the cafe. Through the window, I saw him, Ethan. He was still standing there by the table we would shared, watching me. His gaze was unwavering, even from a distance. He raised a hand, a slow, deliberate wave. I whipped my head around, forcing myself to look away, my blood turning to ice. The ride home was agonizing. Every car that pulled up behind us, every pair of headlights in the rearview mirror, felt like him. My paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut, whispering warnings in my ear. I kept checking my phone, expecting a text, a call. Nothing. Not yet. When I finally got to my apartment building, I practically sprinted inside, fumbling with my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I locked the deadbolt, then the chain, then pushed a heavy chair against the door for good measure. I knew it was irrational, but I could not shake the feeling that he was right outside, listening. I spent the rest of the evening jumping at every creak of the old building, every distant siren. I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, but my eyes kept darting to the windows, to the shadows dancing on the walls. My cat, Luna, usually a calm and affectionate creature, seemed agitated, pacing by the window and occasionally letting out a low, guttural growl I would never heard from her before. She was looking out, staring intently at something I could not see. It only intensified my fear. Then, just as I was about to finally give up and try to get some sleep, my phone buzzed. A text message, from an unknown number, had a great time. Alex, you look beautiful tonight. Can't wait for our next date. My blood ran cold. It was not Ethan's number from Tinder. This was a new one. How did he get it? My number was not public. My stomach clenched. He was playing a game, a terrifying, twisted game. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I blocked the number. Then another text came, almost immediately, from another unknown number. Blocking me won't help. Alex, I know where you live, and I know you are alone. A sob caught in my throat. This was it. This was not just a weird date. This was a full-blown nightmare. He was not just watching me. He was inside my head. I spent the night huddled on my sofa. Luna curled tightly against me, her purr a small comfort against the overwhelming dread. I did not sleep. Every shadow became a lurking figure, every sound a potential threat. The next day, I went to work, but I was a wreck. My colleagues noticed, asked if I was okay. I just mumbled something about a bad headache. I could not bring myself to tell them. Who would believe me? A guy I met on Tinder was creepy. It sounded like a bad rom-com, not a horror story. During my lunch break, I found a note taped to my car in the parking garage. It was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My name, Alex, written in elegant looping script. Inside, a single sentence. I saw you wearing that cute blue dress today. It really brings out your eyes. I was wearing a blue dress. The same blue dress I would picked out that morning, thinking it might make me feel a little more normal, a little less terrified. He was following me. He was here, in the parking garage. He could have been watching me get into my car. He could have been watching me all morning. Panic seized me, a cold, gripping claw. I tore the note into tiny pieces, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them. I ran to my car, fumbled with the keys, and locked myself inside. I knew I could not go to the police. What would I say? A guy I went on one date with knows what dress I am wearing and where I live. They would tell me to block him, change my number. I would already done that. I called my best friend, Sarah, back in Ohio. I tried to sound calm, but my voice trembled. Sarah, I need your advice. I had a date, and it was really weird. He knows things, Sarah, things he should not, and he is texting me from different numbers. He even left a note on my car. Sarah, bless her heart, listened patiently. Okay. Alex. Deep breaths. This sounds really scary. Have you blocked all the numbers? Change your social media privacy settings, and maybe get a new phone number entirely. I do not know. I whispered. It feels like it won't matter. He knows where I live. He saw my car. He is everywhere. Okay, she said firmly. First, go home. Do not go anywhere else. Call your landlord, see if they can check your locks. Maybe add a chain. Get a security camera for your door, if you can. And if he shows up, call the police. Immediately, I drove home, taking every back road I knew, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I went straight to the hardware store, bought a door wedge, a security bar, and a can of pepper spray. I felt a small, fleeting sense of empowerment, but it was quickly swallowed by the gnawing fear. These were just band-aids. He was a predator. Over the next few days, messages continued. From new numbers, from burner emails. They were not overtly threatening, not yet. They were observations. Your lights were on late last night. Alex, worried about something. Luna is a beautiful cat. She looked so peaceful in the window today. He knew my cat's name. He knew my cat. He was watching my apartment, constantly. I could not eat. I could not sleep. My apartment, once my refuge, was now a cage, and he was the warden. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights off, moving through my own home like a ghost. I started showering with the bathroom door unlocked, just in case, irrational as it was. I needed to run. Every shadow was him. Every creak of the floorboards was a footstep. One evening, I decided I could not take it anymore. I needed to get out. I needed fresh air, even just for a moment. I put on my coat, grabbed my pepper spray, and headed downstairs to check my mail. The lobby was empty, dimly lit. I opened my mailbox, pulled out a few junk flyers, and then a small white envelope. My name, again, in that elegant looping script. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, a single Polaroid photograph. It was a picture of me sleeping in my bed. My face was turned away from the camera, but it was unmistakably me, the faint glow of my bedside lamp illuminating my hair. A scream died in my throat. He was not just watching me from outside. He had been inside, in my apartment, while I slept. The thought was so violating, so utterly terrifying, that I felt bile rise in my throat. He had been in my sanctuary. He had seen me at my most vulnerable. I dropped the photo, letting it flutter to the floor. I ran, blindly, back upstairs, fumbling with my keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I slammed the door shut, locking every lock, reinforcing it with the security bar. I collapsed against the door, hyperventilating, tears streaming down my face. My home was no longer safe. I was not safe. I called the police. This time, I had evidence. A photo taken inside my apartment. They listened, their voices calm but stern. They sent an officer to my apartment. He took the photo, dusted for prints, though I knew. Deep down, he would not find anything. Ethan was too smart for that. He filed a report. He told me they would increase patrols in the area. He advised me to consider staying with a friend or family member for a while. Staying with a friend. The thought hit me like a revelation. Sarah. She was still in Ohio, but I could fly there. I could escape. I could be safe. I booked the first flight out for the next morning. I packed a small bag, just essentials, my hands still shaking. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate hope. I could get out. I could escape this nightmare. As I was zipping up my bag, my phone rang. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered, my voice a shaky whisper. Hello. Leaving so soon. Alex. Ethan's voice. Smooth, calm, chillingly familiar. I thought we had something special. A connection. My blood ran cold. He knew I was leaving. How do you know that? I choked out, my voice barely audible. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Oh. Alex. I know everything about you. I have known for a long time. You just made it so easy when you matched with me. It was like fate was not it. I have been waiting for you to move here. What do you want? I demanded, my voice trembling. I want you. Alex, he said, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper that made my skin crawl. I want to protect you. To be with you forever. You are sick. I screamed, finally finding my voice. Leave me alone. I am going to the police. They have your picture. They are going to find you. He laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed in my ear. That little Polaroid, that was just a taste. Alex. A reminder. And the police, they can't protect you from me. No one can. I am always here, always watching. Then, a soft click. He hung up. I stared at my phone, tears blurring my vision. He was right. He knew. He was always watching. I did not sleep that night. I sat by the window, clutching my pepper spray, watching the street below. Every car that passed, every shadow that shifted, felt like him. Luna was still on edge, her ears swiveling, her tail twitching. She kept staring at the building across the street, at a specific window on the top floor. I would never paid much attention to that building before. It was just another old brick structure like mine. But now, I felt a cold dread settle over me as I realized something. From that window, he would have a perfect, unobstructed view of my apartment. He could have been there for months, watching me, learning my routine, waiting for the perfect moment. The next morning, I practically flew out of my apartment, my small bag clutched tightly in my hand. I did not even bother to close the door properly, just slammed it shut and ran. I did not look back. I hailed a cab, telling the driver to take me straight to the airport. I kept my eyes fixed forward, my heart hammering in my chest. At the airport, I felt a fleeting sense of relief, a fragile hope that I was finally escaping. But as I sat in the departure lounge, waiting for my flight to board, I felt a familiar prickle on the back of my neck, that feeling of being watched. I scanned the crowded room, my eyes darting from face to face. No one seemed out of place. No one looked like Ethan. But then, my phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. Enjoy your flight? Alex. Do not worry. I will be here when you get back. My blood ran cold. He knew I was at the airport. He knew my flight. He knew I was leaving, and he knew I was coming back. He was not just a stalker, he was everywhere. He was a phantom, an omnipresent terror that had seeped into every corner of my life. I looked around again, my gaze lingering on a man in a dark hoodie, his face obscured by the brim, sitting a few rows away, seemingly engrossed in his phone. He did not look up, but a cold, sickening certainty washed over me. He was there. He had always been there. I boarded the plane, my hands trembling as I buckled myself in. The plane took off, soaring above the city, above the clouds. But even as the city lights blurred beneath us, I knew I was not escaping. I was just taking a detour. Ethan was out there, and he was waiting. My nightmare was not over. It had only just begun. Another story comes into focus as I typed. His eyes held mine, an unnerving intensity that made my fingers feel like they were made of lead. The screen glowed, the numbers appearing under my trembling thumbs, each digit feeling like a piece of my soul I was handing over. He watched me, not my phone, but me, his smile still plastered on. But it no longer felt disarming. It felt predatory. Perfect, he said, his voice a low hum, a sound that would echo in my nightmares for weeks to come. He took a step back, breaking the spell, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I could breathe. Or at least, I tried to. My lungs felt like deflated balloons. I muttered another hasty goodbye, practically tripping over my own feet as I scrambled out of the booth. My only goal was to put as much distance between myself and Alex as humanly possible. The pub, which moments ago had felt like a cozy haven, now felt like a cage, and Alex, the bars. I did not look back. I could not. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I pushed through the crowd, the cheerful chatter of other patrons, a jarring contrast to the frantic pounding in my chest. The cool night air hit me like a shock, but it did little to clear the fog of terror that had descended. My apartment building was only a few blocks away, a walk I usually enjoyed. Tonight it felt like an endless gauntlet. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. I clutched my purse strap so tightly my knuckles ached, my eyes darting frantically from side to side. Was he following me? Was he watching from a distance? The thought was a cold, sharp blade, twisting in my gut. I imagined him, a dark silhouette against the streetlights. His gaze fixed on my back, that unsettling smile still on his face. My pace quickened, morphing into a half jog. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged sound. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like an animal caught in the open. Finally, I reached the familiar glass doors of my building. The daily grind sign glowing softly on the ground floor. Never had I been so relieved to see it. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The lobby felt like a sanctuary, but even here, the paranoia clung to me like a second skin. I glanced at the security cameras, a fleeting thought crossing my mind. Are they watching me? Or him? The elevator ride up to my floor was agonizingly slow. Each floor it passed felt like another opportunity for him to appear, to step out from behind a corner. I stared at my reflection in the polished steel doors, my face pale, eyes wide and haunted. This was not me. This was someone else. Someone gripped by an irrational yet utterly convincing fear. As soon as I was inside my apartment, the deadbolt clicked into place with a satisfying thud. Then the chain lock. Then I checked the windows, making sure they were all securely latched, even the ones on the fire escape side. My apartment, my sanctuary, now felt compromised, its invisible walls breached by a stranger's chilling knowledge. I leaned against the door, heart still hammering, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Is it that Sumatra blend from the corner store, the one with the dark blue bag? The daily grind, convenient for you, just an elevator ride away. These were not lucky guesses. This was information. Information that someone had actively sought out. Someone had been watching me, and that someone was Alex. A wave of nausea washed over me. How long had he been watching? Had he seen me coming and going? Had he been at the coffee shop pretending to be a regular, while his eyes tracked my every move? The thought made my skin crawl. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself I was overreacting. Maybe he had a friend who worked at the corner store. Maybe he just noticed the coffee shop sign when he walked by the building. But the pieces did not fit. Not with the way his eyes had glinted. Not with the unwavering certainty in his voice. This was not a coincidence. This was surveillance. I walked through my apartment. Every familiar object now imbued with a sinister aura. My cozy living room, my kitchen, my bedroom. Had he seen inside? Did he know which window was mine? The idea was so deeply violating. I felt a tremor run through me. I finally collapsed onto my couch, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself small. My phone vibrated in my hand, and I nearly dropped it. A text message, or from an unknown number. My breath hitched. I knew, with a sickening certainty, who it was. I slowly unlocked my phone, dread pooling in my stomach. The message was simple, innocuous even. On its own, had a great time tonight. You are even more interesting than I imagined. Good night. Good night. The word hung in the air, a silk thread tied around my throat, tightening with every beat of my heart. More interesting than I imagined. What did that even mean? It sounded less like a compliment and more like a conclusion drawn from extensive research. I deleted the message immediately, then went into my contacts and blocked Alex's number. It felt like a futile gesture, like trying to stop a tidal wave with a teacup, but it was all I could do. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every whisper of wind against my window pane sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying every moment of the date, searching for clues, for anything I might have missed. Had I posted something on social media that revealed too much? Had a friend inadvertently given him information? The more I thought, the more tangled the web became, and the deeper the fear settled into my bones. The next morning, the world outside felt different. The sun was shining, people were going about their lives, but for me, everything was tainted. The simple act of making coffee, my beloved Sumatra blend, now felt like a dangerous ritual, a beacon for someone who knew too much. I forced myself to go through my morning routine, trying to project an air of normalcy. But inside, I was a coiled spring. I decided to work from home that day. The thought of stepping out, of being exposed, was unbearable. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked out my window, I half expected to see a familiar figure lurking below, staring up at my apartment. I spent the day in a state of hyper-vigilance, jumping at every noise, checking my phone constantly even though Alex was blocked. But the block felt flimsy. If he knew my address, my coffee habits, my apartment building, what was to stop him from finding another way to contact me? Or worse, to just show up? Later that afternoon, a notification popped up on my phone. An email from an address I did not recognize. My heart leaped into my throat. The subject line was simply, "Thinking of you." I stared at it, my finger hovering over the delete button. But a morbid curiosity, a terrifying need to know, compelled me to open it. The email was short, no more than a few sentences. It started with a generic hope, "You are having a good day," but then it took a dark turn. "I am really enjoying this sunshine today. It reminds me of the way the light hits your apartment windows in the late afternoon. It is quite lovely. I hope you are enjoying the view too." My blood ran cold. My apartment faced west, and the late afternoon sun did indeed stream directly into my living room, painting the walls in warm hues. This was not a guess. This was observation. He was not just observing my habits, he was observing my apartment. From the street below, from a neighboring building. The horror of it was suffocating. I finally called my best friend, Sarah, my voice shaky. I tried to recount the events of the date, the escalating creepiness, the email. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to be understanding, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. "Are you sure you are not just a little freaked out, honey? Tinder dates can be weird. Maybe he just saw your building's name on a package or something, and the coffee thing was a fluke." Sarah, he described the exact coffee bag, the exact store, and he knew I lived in the building, with the coffee shop on the ground floor, saying it was convenient, just an elevator ride away. And now this email about the sun hitting my window, this is not a fluke, it is stalking. I practically yelled, my frustration mingling with fear. Okay, calm down," she said gently. "Look, if you are really worried, maybe you should call the police, or at least tell your building management." "The police? What would I tell them? A guy I went on a Tinder date with knows what coffee I drink and where I live, and sent me a creepy email about the sun hitting my window. They would laugh me out of the station. Building management, what could they do? It was not like he would broken in. Yet, I felt utterly alone, trapped in a nightmare that only I seemed to fully grasp. I spent the rest of the evening drawing my blinds, feeling like a prisoner in my own home. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I changed my routine entirely. Instead of the daily grind, I walked an extra 4 blocks to a different coffee shop, even though it meant being late for work. I took different routes, varied my leaving times. I started carrying pepper spray in my purse, a small, cold comfort. Alex did not text or email again after I blocked him and deleted his email. For a brief, blissful moment, I allowed myself to hope that maybe, just maybe, he would gotten the message, that he would moved on. Then, one morning, I found it, tucked under my apartment door, a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was not a note. It was a drawing, a surprisingly detailed sketch of my apartment building, with a small, circled window on the 6th floor. My window, and next to it, a tiny, almost imperceptible stick figure, holding a coffee cup. My blood ran cold. He had not just observed my apartment, he knew which one was mine. He was watching me, and he was getting bolder. This was not just creepy. This was an active threat. I finally went to the police. I brought the drawing, the screenshots of the text and email, and recounted everything. The officer, a kind but weary woman, listened patiently. She took down my statement, but her expression was guarded. "We will open a file, madam, but without a direct threat of violence or physical harm or repeated, overt harassment, there is not much we can do right now. Stalking laws can be tricky. We can't arrest someone just for knowing where you live or sending a creepy drawing." I felt a surge of despair. "So, I just have to wait until he does something violent." She sighed. "We can certainly send an officer to patrol the area more frequently, and we will keep an eye out for him. Do you have a photo?" I gave her the Tinder profile picture, the one with his disarming smile. She copied it, and I left the station feeling more helpless than when I arrived. The police could not help me until it was too late. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat by my window, hidden behind the blinds, peering down at the street. I saw nothing. Yet, I felt him out there, A primal instinct, a chilling certainty that I was being hunted. The next day, things escalated again. I was at the new coffee shop, trying to feel normal, when my phone rang. Unknown number. I hesitated, then answered, my voice barely a whisper. Hello. A pause. Then, a voice, low and familiar, sent shivers down my spine. I saw you at the daily grind this morning. You missed me. It was Alex. But I had not been to the daily grind. I had gone to the new coffee shop, blocks away. My mind raced, trying to process his words. Was he lying, trying to trick me, or I was not at the daily grind? I managed to say, my voice trembling. Another pause, a soft chuckle. Oh, I know. You are at the Urban Bean today. Are not you trying to throw me off? Cute. But, that extra walk is not good for your schedule. You almost missed your bus. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He knew where I was, right now. He knew my new routine. He was watching me from a distance, or worse, he was here. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I looked around the coffee shop, my eyes wide with terror. Every face seemed to blur. Every stranger a potential threat. Was he sitting at a table, pretending to read? Was he outside, looking in? I grabbed my bag and bolted. Leaving my half-finished coffee on the table, I ran, not caring where I was going, just desperate to escape. I ran past startled pedestrians, my breath catching in my throat, tears blurring my vision. I felt like a gazelle fleeing a lion, every instinct screaming, danger, danger, danger. I ended up at Sarah's apartment, sobbing hysterically. She held me, finally understanding the depth of my terror. He is everywhere. Sarah. He knows everything. He called me and told me where I was. He is watching me all the time. Sarah, now genuinely frightened, helped me calm down. We decided I could not go back to my apartment. Not yet. Not until we had a plan. We spent hours researching restraining orders, security measures, anything. But the truth was, Alex had not physically harmed me. He had not explicitly threatened me. His terror was psychological, a slow, insidious creep that undermined my sense of safety and sanity. That night, I stayed at Sarah's, but even there, I felt like a target. I kept imagining Alex, outside her building, waiting, watching. I could not eat, could not sleep. The fear was a living thing inside me, gnawing at my insides. The next morning, a chilling thought struck me. My mail. What if he sent something to my actual apartment? Something more direct. I had to go back. I had to get my mail, and more importantly, I had to grab some essential things. Sarah insisted on coming with me. We drove to my apartment, her car parked a block away, out of sight. We approached my building cautiously, our eyes scanning every corner, every parked car. The daily grind sign seemed to mock me. The lobby was empty. The elevator ride was silent, tense. As we stepped out onto my floor, a shiver ran down my spine. Something felt off. The air was heavy, still. My apartment door was closed, just as I would left it. But something else was there. Leaning against the door frame, a single red rose, and tucked into its petals, a small white card. My stomach churned. I picked up the card, my fingers shaking. The handwriting was elegant, almost artistic. I know you are home. I am just around the corner. I thought you might like these. I am thinking of you. Always. The words blurred through my tears. He was not just watching. He was here, in the building, maybe on this very floor. Sarah, I whispered, my voice raw with terror. He is here. He knows we are here. Sarah's face was white. We need to go now. But before we could turn, before we could even take a step, a door creaked open down the hallway. just a sliver. And through that sliver, I saw it. A single unblinking eye watching us. Alex's eye. Panic seized me. Run. I screamed, grabbing Sarah's arm. We scrambled back to the elevator, hammering the down button. The doors opened with agonizing slowness. As we piled inside, I risked a glance back. The door was fully open now. Alex stood in the doorway of the apartment directly across from mine, his apartment, who was holding a small, dark blue bag. My Sumatra blend coffee. His smile, wide and unhinged, was the last thing I saw before the doors slammed shut. He lived across the hall. He had been there all along. He had not just been watching from the street, he had been living literally feet away from me, listening, observing, planning. The elevator descended, a blur of numbers, but the image of his smiling face, his eyes gleaming with triumph, was burned into my mind. We burst out into the lobby, not even waiting for the doors to fully open. We ran out of the building, not stopping until we were safely in Sarah's car, speeding away from what had once been my home, my sanctuary. We drove straight to the police station, this time with the rose, the card, and the chilling revelation that he lived across the hall. They took me seriously. A full investigation was launched. They apprehended Alex in his apartment, where they found not only the Sumatra blend coffee, but also a disturbing collection of items. Photos of me, my social media printouts, a detailed log of my daily activities, and even a spare key to my apartment, which he must have somehow made from a mold or by picking the lock. Alex was charged with stalking, harassment, and breaking and entering. The legal battle was long and emotionally draining, but eventually he was convicted and sentenced. I got a restraining order, a permanent one. But even with Alex behind bars, the terror never truly left me. I moved out of my apartment, of course, leaving behind not just a home, but a shattered sense of security. Every time I meet someone new, every time my phone vibrates with an unknown number, a cold knot forms in my stomach. I check my locks twice, sometimes 3 times. I scan crowds, always looking over my shoulder. The world no longer feels safe. It is a place where a casual swipe on an app can turn your life into a living nightmare, where the person you invite into your life might already know your deepest secrets, your most private rituals, and where you live, and sometimes they are closer than you could ever imagine, just waiting across the hall, watching you, always. The next part of our session begins now. All right, let us get into this. So there I was, Sarah, standing in my living room, my keys still clutched in my shaking hand. The chill was not just from the night air, it was a cold dread that seeped into my bones, a terrifying certainty that something was profoundly wrong. The worn copy of Rebecca, my favorite Gothic novel, was not on its usual shelf. It was sitting, almost deliberately, on my coffee table. My heart did not just pound. It hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Alex. He had not just known things about me. He had not just seen me. He had been inside my apartment. I dropped my keys with a clatter that echoed too loudly in the sudden silence. My eyes darted around the room, every shadow seeming to stretch and writhe. The cozy, familiar space I called home had been invaded, defiled. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, like unseen eyes were still watching me, even now. Mittens, I whispered. My voice a thin, reedy sound. My cat, usually greeting me at the door with a plaintive meow, was nowhere to be seen. That was another red flag. Mittens was a creature of habit, and her habits revolved around me. I forced myself to move, my legs feeling like lead. I checked the front door locked, just as I would left it. I went to the windows, running my fingers along the latches. All secure, except the small window in the bathroom, the one I sometimes left ajar for ventilation. It was closed now, latched tight. I was sure, absolutely certain, I would left it cracked this morning. A shiver ran down my spine. Had he come in through there, or had he come in another way and then closed it behind him? The thought made my stomach churn. I found Mittens, eventually, huddled under my bed, her green eyes wide and dilated, fixed on some unseen point in the room. She was usually so brave, so curious. Now, she was a ball of trembling fur. My poor girl. She knew, animals always know. Panic began to set in. A cold, suffocating wave. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling. Who do you even call? The police? What would I say? A guy I met on Tinder knew my cat's name and moved my book. They would probably tell me to be more careful online and then send me on my way. I had no proof of anything, just a gut feeling that screamed danger. I spent the rest of the night sitting on my couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the front door. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window, sent a jolt of terror through me. Sleep was impossible. My mind replayed the date, Alex's unsettling smile, his knowing eyes, the way he would list it off my private details like a grocery list. You have no idea how long I have waited for this. The words echoed in my head. A chilling prophecy. The next morning, the world felt different. The sunlight streaming through my windows, usually a comfort, now felt like a spotlight, exposing me. I called off work, claiming a sudden illness. I could not face the outside world, could not face the possibility of seeing Alex, or worse, knowing he could be watching me from anywhere. I spent the day meticulously searching my apartment. Every nook, every cranny. I was looking for anything, any sign he would left behind. A stray hair, a footprint, anything that would prove he would been there. I found nothing. He was careful, too careful. The only thing out of place was Rebecca, still on my coffee table, a silent, mocking testament to his intrusion. I finally called my best friend, Chloe. I tried to keep my voice steady, but it cracked with fear as I recounted the entire story, from the coffee date to the book on my table. Sarah, that is terrifying, Chloe said, her voice laced with concern. Are you sure you did not just move the book yourself and forget? Chloe, I swear to God, I did not. I insisted, my voice rising. I am not losing my mind. He was in here. I know it. Okay, she said, sensing my distress. Look, can you come stay with me? Just for a few days. You should not be alone. I almost cried with relief. Yes, please. I will pack a bag. As I threw some clothes into a duffel, I felt a strange sense of detachment, like I was watching myself from outside my own body. My home, my sanctuary, was now a place of fear. I grabbed Mittens, who still seemed spooked, and we made our escape. Staying with Chloe offered a temporary reprieve from the immediate terror, but the paranoia was a constant companion. Every time I checked my phone, I half expected a message from Alex. Every time I looked out a window, I scanned for a familiar, unsettling face. I blocked Alex on Tinder, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere I could think of. But I knew, deep down, that would not stop him. A few days later, a package arrived at Chloe's apartment for me. It was a small, unassuming box, no return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden cat. It looked exactly like Mittens, down to the little notch in her ear from a childhood scuffle. Attached was a small card, handwritten in a neat, elegant script. Just wanted to make sure Mittens was okay. She seemed a little stressed, the other. Day. Hope you are settling in well. My blood ran cold. He knew where I was. How? Chloe's address was not public. Had he followed me? Had he seen me leave? Or had he been watching my apartment, waiting to see if I would leave and then tracked me? The implications were horrifying. He was always one step ahead. Chloe saw the terror on my face. She read the card, her own expression turning grim. Okay, that is it, she said, her voice firm. We are going to the police. Now, This time, the police listened a little more intently. The note, the exact description of Mittens, the fact he knew I would moved it all, painted a more disturbing picture than just a moved book. But still, their hands were tied. M.S. Miller, the officer said, a kind but weary man named Detective Davies. He has not explicitly threatened you. He has not physically harmed you. This is harassment, certainly, but without a direct threat or a clear pattern of stalking that we can prove, it is difficult to get a restraining order or make an arrest. He was in my apartment. I cried, frustration boiling over. We understand that is your belief, madam, he said gently. But there is no evidence of forced entry, and nothing was stolen. We can file a report, and we will increase patrols in your old neighborhood. But for now, we advise you to continue staying with a friend, be vigilant, and if he contacts you again or you see him, call us immediately. I left the station feeling utterly defeated. The law could not protect me. I was on my own. The next few weeks were a blur of fear and hypervigilance. I changed my phone number. I stopped using social media. I even started looking for a new job, knowing I could not go back to my old apartment. Could not feel safe in my old life. Chloe was a rock, but I could see the strain on her face. My paranoia was contagious. Then the call started. My new number, unlisted. The first few times, it was just silence. Heavy breathing on the other end. Then a click. I would hang up, my heart pounding. Then, one night, the breathing was accompanied by a soft, melodic hum. A lullaby. It was faint, distorted, but unmistakably a lullaby. The kind a mother sings to a child. It was the most terrifying sound I would ever heard. It was not just creepy, it was intimate, perverse. He was trying to get inside my head, to play with me. I gripped the phone, my knuckles white. Alex, I whispered, my voice trembling. Leave me alone. The humming stopped. A soft chuckle, low and guttural, filled my ear. You know, Sarah, his voice, when he finally spoke, was calm, almost soothing. I really thought we had something special. You just do not understand. I understand that you are a deranged stalker. I screamed into the phone. His voice hardened slightly. Do not say things you will regret. I know what you like. I know what makes you happy. I just want to make you happy. Sarah, why are you fighting it? I am calling the police. Go ahead, he said, and I could almost hear his smile. They can't stop me. They can't protect you from fate. He hung up. I called Detective Davies immediately, relaying the conversation, the lullaby. He told me they would try to trace the call, but these kinds of burner phones and spoofed numbers were incredibly difficult to track. He advised me to change my number again, and to consider getting a security system installed at Chloe's, or even moving to a different city. A different city. The thought was overwhelming, but it was starting to feel like my only option. The final straw came a few days later. I was out with Chloe, trying to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, grabbing groceries. As we walked out of the store, pushing our cart, I saw him, Alex. He was across the street, leaning against a lamppost, watching me. His hands were tucked into his pockets, and a faint smile played on his lips. He was not trying to hide. He wanted me to see him. My breath hitched. I grabbed Chloe's arm, my grip like a vice. Chloe, look, I whispered, pointing with a shaking finger. Chloe followed my gaze. Her eyes widened, and a gasp escaped her lips. Oh my God. Sarah, it is him. As soon as he knew we would see him, Alex pushed off the lamppost. He did not run, he just started walking, slowly, deliberately, straight towards us. My heart leaped into my throat. Run. Chloe, run, I yelled, abandoning the cart and pulling her towards her car, fumbling with the keys. We scrambled inside, locking the doors just as Alex reached the curb. He did not try the handle. He just stood there, his eyes fixed on me through the windshield. that unnerving smile still on his face. He lifted a hand slowly, deliberately, and drew a finger across his throat. Then he turned and melted back into the crowd, disappearing as quickly as he would appeared. Drive. Chloe, drive. I shrieked, tears streaming down my face. Chloe put the car in reverse, her hands shaking on the wheel, and sped out of the parking lot. We drove for what felt like hours, not knowing where we were going, just away. That night, something in me snapped. I could not live like this anymore. I could not be a prisoner of his obsession. I had to fight back. I called Detective Davies again, my voice cold and steady despite the fear still churning inside me. He threatened me. Detective. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Chloe saw it. We have to do something. This time, the police took it more seriously. A direct threat witnessed by another person. They started a full investigation, putting out an alert for Alex, gathering what little information they could. But I knew it was not enough. He was too elusive, too cunning. I decided to go back to my apartment. I know. It sounds insane, but I could not run forever. And if he was going to come for me, I wanted it to be on my terms, in a place I knew, where I could prepare. Chloe tried to talk me out of it, but I was resolute. I needed to face this. I bought a new lock for my front door, a heavy-duty deadbolt. I installed window alarms. I even bought a baseball bat. I felt a strange mix of terror and grim determination. I was not just Sarah, the girl who liked dark roast coffee and indie bands. I was a survivor. The first few nights back in my apartment were agonizing. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound was amplified. Mittens, still skittish, stayed close to me, a tiny, furry guard. I barely slept, constantly checking the locks, peering through the peephole. Then, one night, it happened. It was around 3 a.m. I was dozing fitfully on the couch, the baseball bat beside me, when I heard it. A faint scraping sound coming from the back of the apartment, near the bathroom window. My blood ran cold. He was here. I grabbed the bat, my hands clammy with sweat. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. I crept towards the bathroom, Mittens a silent, watchful shadow at my heels. The scraping sound grew louder, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic prying. It was trying to get in through the window, the one I would have been sure was closed that first night. I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to hear. The window alarm had not gone off. He must have disabled it or found a way around it. My mind raced. How long had he been planning this? How many times had he been here watching, waiting? The prying stopped. A soft click, then silence. Utter, terrifying silence. I gripped the bat tighter, my knuckles white. He was inside. I took a deep, shaky breath. This was it. Alex, I yelled, my voice cracking, but surprisingly loud in the stillness. I know you are here. Get out of my apartment. No answer, just the oppressive silence. I slowly pushed open the bathroom door. The window was indeed open, the screen pushed inward. A faint breeze rustled the shower curtain, but there was no one there. My eyes darted around the tiny room. Nothing. My gaze fell to the floor. There, just beneath the window, was a small, dark smudge. A footprint. A fresh one. Then, a sound came from behind me. A soft, almost inaudible thump from the living room. He had not come in through the bathroom. He would use it as a diversion. He was already in. I spun around, my bat raised. The living room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of a streetlight filtering through the blinds. Shadows danced, playing tricks on my eyes. "Sarah," a voice whispered from the darkness, low and smooth, sending shivers down my spine. It was Alex. His voice was right behind me. I whirled around again, swinging the bat wildly. The air whistled, but I hit nothing. He was too fast, too close. A hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. Another arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me backward, crushing me against a hard chest. The smell of his cologne, the same one from the coffee date, filled my nostrils, making me gag. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but he was surprisingly strong. He dragged me deeper into the apartment, away from the door, away from any chance of escape. My mind screamed for mittens, for help, for anything. "Shh! Sarah, darling," he whispered into my ear, his breath warm and sickening. "It is okay. We are finally together, just like I always knew we would be." I bit down on the hand, covering my mouth, tasting blood. He let out a grunt of pain, and his grip loosened for a split second. It was all I needed. I stomped on his foot with all my might and twisted, elbowing him hard in the stomach. He gasped, releasing me. I scrambled away, my heart hammering like a drum. I did not stop to think. I just ran, towards the front door, towards freedom. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with terror. "You can't run from me." "Sarah!" he snarled, his voice no longer calm, but laced with a chilling fury. I heard his heavy footsteps behind me, gaining. The deadbolt clicked open. I yanked the door open, ready to burst out into the hallway. But he was there, right in front of me, blocking the doorway. He stood silhouetted against the dim hallway light, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. He had moved with impossible speed, anticipating my every move. A cold, predatory smile stretched across his face. He looked like a demon, a nightmare made flesh. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" he chuckled, a chilling sound. I backed away slowly, the bat still clutched in my hand, my breath coming in ragged gasps. He advanced slowly, deliberately, herding me back into my apartment. "You are mine, Sarah," he whispered, his voice full of a sickening possessiveness. "You always have been. From the moment I first saw you, walking your cat, drinking your Sumatra blend, I knew." He lunged. I did not think. I just reacted. I swung the bat with all my strength, aiming for his head. He ducked, but the bat connected with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He cried out, stumbling backward, momentarily stunned. It was my chance. I did not look back. I burst through the now open door, screaming at the top of my lungs. I ran down the hallway, pounding on neighbors, doors, screaming for help, not caring if I woke everyone up. I could hear Alex's enraged roar behind me, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. "Help me. He is trying to kill me." I shrieked, tears blurring my vision. A door finally opened. An elderly man, my neighbor, Mr. Henderson, peered out, his eyes wide with shock. "Sarah, what in God's name?" "Call the police." "He is in my apartment." I screamed, pointing back towards my door, which was now ajar. Alex was standing in my doorway, his shoulder clutched, his eyes burning with fury. He saw Mr. Henderson, saw me, and for a fleeting second, a flicker of something that looked like panic crossed his face. He knew he was exposed. He hesitated, then turned and vanished back into my apartment, slamming the door shut. Mr. Henderson, bless his heart, immediately called 911. Within minutes, the building was swarming with police. They found no sign of Alex. He was gone, vanished into the night as if he would never been there. The only evidence was the damaged bathroom window screen, the fresh footprint, and my own terrified testimony. I never went back to that apartment. Not to live. Anyway, I had Chloe pack my things. I moved to a different city, changed my name, cut off contact with almost everyone I knew. I live a quiet life now, always looking over my shoulder, always checking the locks twice. The police never found Alex. His name was a common one, his online profile fake, his trail cold. He was a ghost, a nightmare that had walked into my life through a dating app. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint hum of that lullaby, or I see his face in a crowd just for a second before it vanishes. The fear never truly leaves you. it becomes a part of you, a shadow that follows you everywhere. I learned the hard way that sometimes the scariest monsters are not under your bed. They are smiling at you from across a coffee table, and they know your cat's name, and they have been waiting for you for a very, very long time. Thank you for listening to Daily Story and for supporting real storytelling. We hope today's story offered something meaningful to you. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Stay safe, and join us again for another real experience.